Welcome everybody to the final day of the Spanish Poker Festival here at the Banco Casino in sunny Bratislava. I am lying about that bit. It's been snowing a bit. We're just setting our feature table. People are taking their chips out of the bags. We have 16 players left. Welcome everybody. And we are taking final day playing down to the final table, and the winner himself or herself, who will take 60,000 euros for winning this tournament. 300,000 guaranteed, and winner taking 60,000. So very, very nice payday for a small 300 buy-in. Everyone's photos being taken. So here we have 8 of the 16 players on our feature table. This is not the final table. There's 16 players left. Hello to everyone on YouTube and the other channels that we put out through the bancocasino.sk website. And this will be an exciting day. We have 6 Spanish left. So that's pretty good for a Spanish festival. 6 out of 16. But our chip leader is Croatian Christian Prevasic, and he has a very, very comfortable 7.5 million chips. I'll do the blinds in a minute, but we go down to 2 or 3 people on just over the million mark. We have an Icelandic player. We have a Frenchman, Cypriot, Austrian, Israeli, a Greek, Ukrainian, Czech Republic, Slovakia, our local hero in 3rd place, Martin Bartosz, and our chip leader from Croatia. So we have a nice mix of players from different countries, as we always get here at the Banco Casino. Fantastic mix from all over Europe and sometimes further afield. So cards are being shuffled, and our tournament director, Suze, is giving last-minute instructions to the players, making sure they put the cards in the boxes. Being very clear what to do. Great article online written by one of my colleagues, highlighting what an effective job Suze does here as tournament director of these massive guaranteed tournaments. There's kind of 2 a month. I think this is our last one for this year, but we have an incredible array of tournaments coming up in January. We start the 8th of January with the Scandinavian Open Poker Championships. A buy-in 185 for a 250k guaranteed. These banners will come up on your screens throughout this evening. Then the EA Poker Tour, starting at the beginning of February. Total guarantee over the tournament of 350,000, and we also have 200,000 guaranteed main event within that. Then the ever popular Banco Casino Masters, the lowest buy-in for one of the best guarantees in Europe, 170 euros for 250,000 guaranteed. That pops up at the beginning of February, so it's 2 in January, 1 in February. And then at the end of the February, we've got the very popular Polish Poker Winter Days, 400,000 guaranteed. Fantastic prize pool during the festival there. Going into March. So lots to look forward to beginning of next year. But here we are at the Spanish Poker Festival. Hopefully I will give you more information about our chip counts and players on this table. Should come up as graphics on our screen If not, I'm sure someone will send me the information. Fantastic. Just as requested. In fact, we have our chip leader on this table, Christian. This is a rundown of the 8 players on the table. We have Jose, Spanish player, in second, Martin in third from Slovakia, going right down to a couple of players with just over the million mark. Now here we go with our first hand. I don't have sound from the table at the moment, but hopefully that will be sorted soon. So we'll go on what we see. Here's our Czech player, Jan, one of the mid-table chip stacks. You can see a lot of chips in front of seat 8. Pikachu, what a great name. Team Pro for Spanish Poker Festival. And now Martin, who I've played a fair bit with, Martin Bartosz, in the hijack from local player with ace-7, raising up. Blinds are 5,100. I don't think Suite 3 is going to get too involved with Queen 6 offsuit. However, our Greek friend, pair of 9s, first hand. Athanasios, 3 million in front of him. I'm sure we'll see a 3-bet. Small raise though, very small. Just a min raise. Looks like he's called on the button. Interesting way of playing 9s here. I think I'd want to be raising on the button with 9s to get rid of the very kind of hands like ace-10 and ace-7 that are remaining. However, ace-10 has pushed. First hand, we've got major action. And I think the 9s will call. He's underrepped his hand with the small raise. It's a million to call out of his 3 million. He has 9s. And we see a call. I think we see a call. Yes, we do. 2.7 million pot. Fantastic start to this final day on the feature table. 9s have got to avoid an ace or a 10. And now a queen comes into play. A queen would give a straight. At the moment, the 9s are holding. And the 9s have knocked out our first player in 16th. So we lose our first player in the very first hand. Sergio from Spain, who was one of our short stacks. He was 14th out of 16. And we lose our first player in the Spanish Poker Festival main event. Exciting start. We're down to 7 on this feature table. Here's our second hand. Let's see if we can lose another player this one. Nice match up there with ace-10 against nines, and nines holding. Lots of high cards flying around. There's Pikachu. What a lovely name. Spanish sponsored player. Local player Martin. I think this is Gonzalo back around to the player that won the first pot. Greek player decides to fold a7. Good job too, because Christian, our chip leader, has ace-9 on the button. We will see a raise here. Christian Previsic from Croatia started this final day as chip leader. Jan on the small blind makes got a loose call in my view. 10-5 suited. Now what's he going to do? Nowhere near this flop. Ace-9 is its second pair. Plus there is a dangerous straight and a flush there, so I don't think Jan is going to do anything but make a strong bet. 150k takes it down. Second hand finished. Here we go. 15 players left out of 16. Playing down to the final table of 8. And then playing down to the finish this evening. Someone will go home with a very nice 60,000. So Pikachu with an attractive ace-jack. Just as a min raise to 200. Seems to be that's the pattern of this table. Gonzalo thinking about it with 10-8 offsuit. Probably wise fold. However, our Greek friend who has already won one big pot may feel he wants to make a stand here with ace-8 suited. Checking how much he's got. He could put max pressure on, but if he does, I think Pikachu will find it very hard to fold ace-jack with a shortish stack. Started the hand with just about 10 big blinds. Very solid lay down there with ace-8. Christian, another ace. Everyone folding around at the moment. Pikachu picking up the blinds and the ante. And that's 250k, which is almost 25% of his stack. So well worth a short stack picking up for sure. Fold with the king 9. Pair of 7s now. Tricky hand to play. If you raise and get re-raised, it's very tough to follow through. However, you can't flat call with it either. So we will see small raise to 200. The min raise bug has already hit this table. Christian thinking about some kind of move with 5-3. I do like 5-3 and 5-4, but they do need to be suited. I was playing a tournament last night in London and played my 5-4 suited quite often. But 5-3 offsuit in the bin. Pikachu big blind folds his 2-3 offsuit, and the sevens of Athanasios from Greece, who has been our biggest rise so far, takes down the pot. He started with 3 million, and I think he's got nearly 5 million now. Well played, sir. Jan with the initial raise with Jack 7 suited, called in 2 spots with King 10 and 8-3, and magically hits top pair with his Jack 7. So a dubious raise that looks like it's going to get through. He will follow through with a C-bet, but has hit top pair, and neither other player has hit anything. I don't think Martin will carry on with his 8-3. He may feel, though, that Jan is unlikely to have low cards, but he really didn't connect enough with that board. So nice hand there for Jan. Got 2 callers and took the pot down with the C-bet on the flop. Well played. There's quite a few of you now in the chat on YouTube. So we've got Carlos, who's going Vamos Ivan, and Victor, Vamos Pikachu. So some of them being railed by their fans watching this live stream from Banco Casino. Pikachu making a move with the King 3 on the button. Martin doesn't like folding. See what he's got. And he's got a reasonable hand to call. Queen 8 suited. I don't think he's going to fold. May do. Thought he was considering a re-raise there. And the famous question of how much have you got? Not quite sure why he's asking with 9-2 offsuit. Maybe he hasn't looked yet. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Bit of a waste of time asking him that question, my friend. Look at your hand first and then just fold it. Right, moving on. Pikachu shoving all in with King Queen suited. It's going to take a big hand to look him up. Small blind folds. What does our Greek friend have on the big blind? Not a big hand. He's already up to 4.6 million, so he doesn't need to play any risky hands. Good move there by one of our short stack Pikachu, who's climbing up the ladder. Victor Jimenez on our stream will be pleased about that. Nice comment there, criticising my criticism of asking the question of how much he has. I would answer that by saying he should know how much he has before the hand is played. I think it's very important in poker to always know what every player has around the table, not just ask them last minute when they're in a hand. You should know at all times. It's a very important element in poker. That would be my answer to Mr. Nimonimator YT. He should know already. Now, maybe he'll get more information by asking a question, but I think it was still a bit of a pointless exercise. Just my view. Everyone is entitled to their view, as you are, sir. Nine, 8 on the button. Hasn't played a hand yet. 2.7 million. And solid fold there. Was dominating our Greek friend with 9-6, but he didn't know that. Looks like he's made up the small blind. And he is dominating. Christian 6-4, our chip leader. Let's see if there's nice action. 6 on the flop. There is. Both have hit bottom pair. But crucially, our Greek friend on the small blind has a redraw to the flush. I don't think we can get too busy on this. They're actually splitting this pot at the moment with kings and sixes with the ace kicker. So that's a pretty good card, but Christian didn't really feel his 6 was strong enough. His 4 didn't matter. So nice little pot there again for the biggest laddering so far from our Greek friend in seat 4. Pikachu with a low ace decides not to get involved. He's gone from 1.1 million to 1.7 million. He was 16th out of 16 when we started the final day. So he's moved up a couple of spots. Martin now with King 5 suited. We've seen him on a couple of final tables this year. Good local player. Not scared to get involved, as he has here, with the familiar min raised to 200. I can't see Christian folding ace 10, but how's he going to play it? Are we looking at a 3-bet or just the call? Looks like the call. Doesn't want to get too involved out of position, which is perfectly sensible. Jan has a playable hand with King Jack. He's seen a relative weakness in front of him. Small raise and then a flat call. Does he want to overplay this, over-represent his hand? He probably will. I think it's a good spot to do it in. Whether he gets it through or not is another matter. I'm pretty sure he will. Those two holdings, King 5 and Ace 10, are not going to play very well against a very strong 3-bet of 800,000. Great play here by Jan. Good poker instincts. As Funky As on the stream says, let's go Jan. Well, he's playing very well so far with mediocre hands, finding a great way of winning good sized pots. Well played. Very good poker. And here's our board for the current players. So Christian's still chip leader. Jose in second with 51 big blinds. And Athasios has moved up from about 25 big blinds to 40 big blinds, as Jan has. Then we've got Martin on 29 down to our final two. Blinds have gone up though to 61.20, which means 300,000 is in the pot before we start. An incentive for most players. Martin, another suited king, seems to be getting these all day so far, but he's not in a great position to be raising here. May not stop him. So we see Martin raising in fairly early position, kind of mid position. The min raise again to 240. Poor old Gonzalo has not had a hand. Gonzalo from Spain with just under 3 million. However, Anathasios has a hand. My favourite hand, JJ. Jacks for the JJ, as I like to say when I have it. Although I did lose a hand last night to Ace 10 when 2 10s hit the board. It's not a great way of going. Anyway, so just a call with the Jacks. That's quite surprising. So would have thought, certainly, I think the better option may have been to re-raise there and find out where you are. And Martin would have had to have folded, as we can see. Now he's opening up the possibility of Martin hitting either a king or a flush draw that will make his jacks worthless. Let's see what happens. Oh, there's the flush draw. There we go. I should become a commentator. Look at that. So very nice flush for the King 7 of spades. Very nice board. 2 spades, 2 overs. Jacks are also going to be relatively happy, but will not be happy with the draw. Martin, the original raiser, is c-betting. He's going to be very comfortable with this board. But how does that very hard to pronounce his name. Athanasios. How is he going to respond? Just a call. Now the flush is absolutely worthless. He has a full house with 6s over jacks. Only a king can give Martin the hand unless he finds a way of betting Athanasios off this pot, which I don't think he can. Pair of jacks with 3 on board, pretty strong. Only losing to an overpair or a 6. 6 is unlikely. Overpair's possible, but also unlikely. So jacks have to feel pretty confident at this point, and now just trying to work out how he can maximise value here. 1.2 million in the pot already. Martin is coming in. Staying brave. $3.75 is the bet. Lovely. Just soft playing his jacks. They're going to check call again. Is Martin going to fire another bullet at this? He's completely missed. He's got king high. But the only way he figures he can win it is by betting it. It's a really tough spot. He's been called twice. He really should be putting Athanasios on a hand that can call, which of course we know jacks can and will call. So he has to be really quite careful here. Decided to close down. Very good play. A nice pot there. Taken down by Athanasios. He's won every pot he's played so far and is our rising star here on day 2 of the Spanish Poker Festival at Banco Casino. Don Gonzalo now with his first playable hand, ace-10 offsuit, and he folds. Interesting. Very solid play here, demonstrating extreme discipline. It's only 7-handed, makes the ace-10 worth a bit more. I think with 9-8, chip leader with a 9-8 suited, definitely raising in late position. So raised to 250. And then, interestingly, Jan just folds king queen. He was playing all sorts of hands earlier and folds a premium hand. Okay. Not quite sure of the thinking behind that. I just think it's a bit of an error. you're not always going to be up against ace queen or ace king. King queen's a strong hand, but he obviously either doesn't like it or just felt he wasn't in a good spot. Chip leader now with a pair of sevens. Slightly bigger raise, 275. More than the 2x that's been so far. Now, I'll play it in seat 8. Jose from Spain. Calling with a king jack suited. Sensible play. He's in position. Hasn't played a hand. Will certainly get respect if he hits this board. Two of our bigger stacks. Two of the top 3. Ace 10-4. Interesting board. Mark Christian can certainly represent the ace here with the initial raise and a gut shot draw for Jose. However, Christian has decided to check this. I don't know whether he's looking at check raise or he's scared of the ace. Nice spot for Jose to represent himself. A bigger hand than the king jack. Yeah, that's a great play. And Christian, I think, showing a bit of weakness there. I didn't see how he got to be chip leader, but you don't get to be a chip leader of a big tournament like this without aggression, and he certainly didn't show any there. And nominator agrees with my view that the king queen off that Jan folded was an error. I think that's a fairly simple one there. Nothing much to discuss. But I find it strange that he, who's shown some very good poker instincts from the little I've seen so far, it was that player that folded it. That was my point on it, apart from the hand itself. Right, back into the game. Christian folding a small pair. Jose raise here with 8-5 suited. Late position, I favour the raise. I think it's the kind of hand people can't put you on, especially if you haven't played many hands like Jose himself in this final day so far. Pikachu folds an ace-7, very solid play. Can't see Martin folding king jack on the small blind though. Just a question of how he wants to play it. Has he picked up anything from Jose on the raise? He certainly has. Fantastic shove here. Unless someone has got a big hand immediately behind him, there's no way Jose can call this. And very nice shove there by Martin. Good instincts. Martin raising on the button with Jack 6 suited. I don't think Gonzalo's going to do much with his Queen 2 offsuit, as he feels he can get a big bet through. Big blind looks down as he's Queen 8. Getting a price to call. Getting 4-1 on his money. Slightly more, 4.5-1. However, he is out of position, so it's just factoring all of that in, and the end goes for the call. So, heads up, we have Queen 8 offsuit against Jack 6 suited. Who's going to hit this flop? Neither. This is where skills outside of your hand come into play. So, Martin in position, the original raiser, probably needs to be betting this to represent a stronger hand than he has, especially as the small blind, or the big blind in this case, has checked to him. Immediately gets an immediate fold. Good poker there, very easy hand to pick up a decent pot. Interesting pot here. Jan with the overpair. 680 in the pot already. But Christian, our chip leader, has hit top pair. Jan underrepresenting his hand. Very good card for kings there. Unfortunately for Christian, it's also a good card for his queen. Most of those are smaller chips, so it's only actually a bet of 225. Jan Hollywooding a bit, showing concern. And I think he's coming for the raise. This could be very well timed raise, because I don't think Christian will fold his queen. But no, just the call. Posturing a raise and then flat calling. Very cute play this. Jack on the end. Both players are going to feel they are winning this pot. Christian could be in trouble. Jan has underrepresented these kings throughout this hand. Christian is betting for value. He feels his queen is winning with a jack kicker. I think this is the time for a raise here. We should see about... Oh, wow. Just a call? I'm sorry. That's very, very conservative play by Jan. I think there was definitely a spot there, possibly on the turn, definitely on the river, to be raising. You have to get maximum value from these kind of hands. He's underrepresented kings, given confidence to Christian. I think Christian lost the minimum there, to be honest. So I'd like to say well played, Jan, but I mean, he did win the pot, but I think he should have won more from that hand. Let's see if you guys agree on the stream. I can only go on what I see and my view as a player of some 15 years at a reasonable level and a fair amount of winnings behind me. So always happy to discuss different ways of playing hands or whether you feel I'm right or wrong. Nothing like a good poker discussion. And we've certainly had a few comments come through already, which I absolutely welcome. So do come in with what you think of that hand. I do believe Jan should have made more from that. And also didn't like his king-queen fold earlier, but did like the way he played the first three hands. So it's mixed messages, I would say, with our Czech friend. Mixed messages. We are on to another hand. Jose raising with the queen 10 suited under the gun. Christian going to make up the small blind. He is not. So we've got a big blind to go. Jan calling with the jack 10. Wonders never cease. Nemonomator has agreed with me. We've been arguing most of the day so far, but he's agreed with me. And this is a very bad flop for Jan. He's hit top pair, but only with a jack kicker. Jose will be betting this. Not only was he the initial raiser, he's hit top pair with a queen kicker. Jan will not be going anywhere. He's going to feel fairly confident that he's winning. This is where more conservative play may be useful. Again, that card is going to be comfortable for both players. They'll believe they're both winning. However, only a queen kicker for Jose, so he may not go too mad on this. 970 in the pot. I probably think we'll see a bet of about 275, 250. It looks like he's going stronger, which I like. I do favour this. I thought he might bet a bit lower, but he's gone for looks like a 450 bet half pot. No, even more, 550. Very strong bet. Now Jan is in a bit of a pickle here. So only a jack or a higher card than the queen, a king or an ace, which will give us a split pot, will save him. Or a 2, of course. It'll be a split pot with a full house. Tricky position. So far we've just seen him call. Now Jose may be worried himself that his kicker is no good or that Jan has a 2. And again, very similar card to the 6. Hasn't really changed anything. And he will pick up a very nice size 2 million pot with a kicker. Jan smiling to himself. And in this particular case, his more conservative play probably saved him a million or so. So nice pot there for Jose. Christian raising with a 6-7 suited. Very playable hand. You either hit it or you represent bigger cards. Not quite sure what Jan's thinking about with Jack 4 offsuit. He's definitely confusing me as a player. Can't quite work him out. It may just be that he's fairly inexperienced and is unsure how to play hands. Does he know he... I don't think he knows he's the next one to play. That was it. He literally didn't know he was the next player. The table having a good laugh there about that. I'm going to feel a bit foolish. Everyone thinks he's having a deep thought, and he was probably thinking, what's he going to have for dinner? Pizza or pasta? Excellent. So we have a call with the Jack 9 against the 7-6. Neither player hit, but the original raiser, Christian, still one of our chip leaders, although he's now behind Jose. Moved, has bet, followed through. Very good. Good poker. I like Christian's instincts so far, but Jan is confusing me. Martin now under the gun with a playable king-queen offsuit. Takes his time. Doesn't like rushing into things. Looks like a min raise to 240. Gonzalo, no hands at all at the moment to speak of. Did have ace 10 earlier, which he had the chance to raise and decided to fold. 9-5 offsuit. Folding. Christian has a small ace. Does he like them or not? Let's see how he plays this. He does not. Nothing wrong with that fold. Jan, I hope, will realise he's in a hand and fold the Jack 5. Oh no, seriously? Does he not even realise where he is? Oh, he's got a beer. More important. I have no idea whether he's actually thinking about playing or, again, doesn't realise where he is. It's quite amusing. He's done it again! Oh, this guy is gonna. I'm sorry if I keel over with laughter during this commentary because Jan yet again does not realise he's in this world. Please, it's a good way to go. It's a good way to go. I mean, it could be a lot worse, but here he is on the feature table, one of the chip leaders with a chance of winning 60,000, and his head is completely somewhere else. Even the dealer finds it funny. So here is our chip stacks for each seat. Pikachu, our short stack, 1 million. Martin, 3.7. We can see that, and we see our chip leader at now on this feature table is Jose, followed closely by Christian. Anastasios, who has been the most impressive player so far. Jan, who has been the most confusing player so far. Definitely not impressive. And poor old Gonzalo, that has not had a hand to speak of. So there we see his stacks according to the table seat numbers. Has Gonzalo finally got a hand? He's playing. Ace Queen suited. That's what I call a hand. Let's hope for his sake that someone doesn't wake up with a monster, because the guy deserves to win a pot. I'm sure he'll get respect. He's hardly played a hand. He hasn't played a hand. However, Christian with King Queen. I don't think he's going to fold King Queen here. The question is, will he raise with it to put pressure on the original raiser? I think the optimum is just to call. Yeah, good. Problem here for Jose. Stuck in the middle a bit with ace 10. Difficult spot. He is calling, but he is in position on the button. So that may give him some comfort. Martin will fold his 10-2. So Gonzalo's problem here is he does have the best hand by far pre-flop, but there's a queen and an ace with both other players, which he dominates. However, ace 10. Jose has hit the top two. Gonzalo could be in trouble here. He's got an ace with a very big kicker. I think Christian will get out of the way with his king queen, but Jose has hit top two here. Fantastic flop. May decide to raise when it comes round because of the diamonds. Gonzalo likely to 3-bet into this, but he has confounded me by checking. In fact, looks like Christian is going to have a pop. The worst hand is betting. Off and the way. Got a big bet. A third of the pot. Jose now thinking how he plays this hand. How is he going to play this hand? I think he'll be raising, but I don't know how much of a raise he'll do. Or does he just want to call and disguise his hand? Trouble is, there's two draws out there, plus higher cards to the ace. Diamonds, there's a straight with the ace 10. So I think we should be raising here, which he certainly is. Looks like 900. Now, poor old Gonzalo. Top pair with a second kicker. He may well feel, after having no hands at all, he's finally got one and hit. He may well feel he has to play this, and he's going to get the bad news once Christian folds. And if Gonzalo plays this, he will shove. There's no value in calling here. Interesting hand. The ace 10 getting there on the flop. Can Gonzalo find a way of folding? There's been a bet and a raise, a big raise. He's pretty well going to have to go all in to play this hand, because it's half of his stack just to call. He's just trying to work out what is he losing to. Ace king. He has to consider ace 10. Possibly a diamond draw. There's not a huge amount of other hands likely to be raising here. Oh, he was motioning the fold, but no, he's gone all in. And Christian will have to fold his gut shot draw, and we know Jose will call. Bang, insta call. And the bad news for Gonzalo, the one hand he's got, he is looking only to draw a queen. Queen only to save him. 3 in the deck. Otherwise, we will lose our next finisher on this table. That's no good. Just a queen. No good. So we lose Gonzalo. He's going to feel very unlucky. It's the only hand he's played. He's hit, and he is walking to the door. Jose now, big chip leader on this final day. Jose now our chip leader, being liberal with his chips. Just the queen 2 suited, and he's raising, looking to use his stack now to put pressure on the other players. Does happen to be dominating Martin's 10-2. And what has our Greek friend got in the big blind? Well, I'd like to see a call here with 8-7 suited, very playable hand. You know exactly where you are. You either hit or you miss by a lot. But if you hit, it's a great way of winning a pot. Yep, that is the right play in my humble estimation. Let's see if he can hit a flop now. Well, he's hit second pair. But Jose, of course, by raising, will be able to represent the ace should he feel inclined. So he's going to follow through with a C bet. It's a small bet. 230 into 650. And call with a second pair. And I think Jose will have to be careful here. He may need all three bullets on the turn and the river to convince Athanasios that his 8 is no good. This will probably go check, check. We have aces over sixes. So Jose may feel his queen is playing as a kicker. But of course, we know that Athanasios has an 8. Is he going to bet it? He may feel he's ahead because of the second ace. That makes his 8 stronger. However, his 8 has quite a poor kicker. So Jose can find it in him to raise here. It will put Anastasios in a very difficult position. And the pot is already 1.4 million. No, he just gives it up. Okay. It's a fair choice, but there was an opportunity to take a big pot there by representing a stronger hand than he had. But we know that he had a fairly weak 8, but of course Jose doesn't. It's much easier when you can see the hands. Much tougher when you're involved in the pot and trying to work out the best decision. Lovely hand here. Ace Queen offsuit on the small blind. Martin has just called with his 8-5 suited. I suspect we'll see a raise here. Now, I've just been told by Ducklin1919 on our stream if Athanasios is too hard or long for me, fair enough, you can call him Sulis or Thanasis. Thanasis Sulis. Well, they're both very nice. Just about getting a handle on Anastasios, but it's quite a hard one for my English tongue to say. So I'm going to go to Thanasis. I like that. It sounds more Greek than Sulis. Thanasis. You are now Thanasis. Just called though. Really interesting hand here. Setting up the raise for the 9s. Now, is Thanasis deliberately underrepresenting his hand? Martin has had a call and a raise now, and I can't think he'll continue this with his 8-5 suited. Shaping up to be a very interesting hand. Yep. Now, what does our Greek friend Thanasis, newly named, how does he play this ace queen? He's underrepresented it so far. Let's see if he wants to. He's out of position though, against Christian on his left with the 9s. I think he's already decided what he wants to do. He's just doing fake counts, etc. He's happy to call, have a look at a flop. Still underrepresenting his hand though. Is he going to hit an ace or a queen? He does not. The 9s. It's a lovely flop for an over pair of 9s. I think we'll see a follow-up bet. Possibly half the pot. No, smaller bet, 325. And the ace queen continuing by calling. Still needs to hit an ace or a queen, and he has not. I don't think the 10 will slow the 9s down very much, but he has checked. And the opportunity to take this pot was given and taken on the turn. Christian, bad instincts, I think. He's regretting not betting the turn with his 9s. He would have taken it down. I don't think ace queen would have called again with a proper bet on the turn. So, not great instincts there, I'm afraid, from Christian, who started this day as chip leader. And now we see our Greek friend Thanasis move into second behind Jose. Then we have ace queen again, this time in the hands of our chip leader Jose. He is raising, unlike Thanasis, who just flat called with the ace queen. Is Jan really thinking of calling with ace-6 suited against a 3-bet? A raise and a 3-bet by Christian, who is making a move with his 5-4. I'm not sure Jose is going to go too far with his ace-queen. Jan may be looking for an opportunity here. Be a great play to shove here, because I think even ace-queen will fold. We know 5-4 will. Or does he know? Wow, what a play this is. Ace-6 suited, and he is 4-betting. The ace-queen of Jose, even though he has the chip lead, is going to feel a lot smaller than when he first raised with it. He's got to feel he's up against a bigger hand. I mean, the 1.4 million by Jan is a kind of ace-king play, and it's going to get through. Fantastic play. Christian tried very hard, and Jan just pounced. Again, this guy is confusing the heck out of me. I don't know whether he's a really good player that just doesn't pay attention or has occasional moments of brilliance, but that was a really, really good poker play. Picked up fantastic sized pot with minimum risk and had a suited ace behind him if he did run into trouble. I really like that play. And that made our chip leaders ace queen fold. Wow, good poker. Thanasis min raising with the 9-6 suited. And Jan, a very nice Jack 10 suited. Best time to beat aces or kings. And we may well see Jose calling here, looking to set mine, looking to hit his 4. Not a lot of value in raising here. Just coming in on the big blind and hoping to hit a 4. And he's hit the 4. Unfortunately, a beautiful check here. Unfortunately, not too much else has been hit. Second pair for Thanasis, and nothing for Jan. However, weakness has been shown, and Thanasis may feel he has to bet here because there's 2 spades on board. He's got second pair. Doesn't want to hit a 9 or a 6. How's Jose going to play him when it comes around? We're about to find out. Is it the classic check raise, or will he disguise his hand? The problem is with just flat calling is there is a flush draw there. He's unlikely to be up against a set, to be honest, here. Possibly 6s, not kings. So I think he's measuring out the raise. Is it 525? Or 510 maybe? Nice fold there by our Greek friend, Thanasis, realising he was behind with his second pair. I don't think he realised how much he was behind, but he was a long way behind. Thanasis now with King Queen offsuit on the hijack. I certainly see a raise. To 250. Yeah, sensible fold down the small blind. Looks like big blind's already folded. Didn't even see his hand. Pikachu very low on chips now, 800k with the blinds. Big blind at 120. So he only has 7 big blinds. He's now on the small blind. Christian raising with the King 10 offsuit on the hijack. Got through the cutoff. Small blind Pikachu folds his King 8 in disgust. Martin 7-5. Out of position though. May decide to just fold this and move on to the next hand. He may have other ideas. Always takes his time. Nothing wrong with that. Now just checking on the other table. We've got 6 left on this table, and he makes up the call with a 7-5 against Christian's King 10. We go to a flop. It's a better flop for King 10 than 7-5. 7-5 has a gut shot, but so does the King 10, and a much bigger one. We'll see a follow-up bet. Small one. Looks like 210. And Martin folds. You've got to hit something proper with 7-5, otherwise just get rid of it. Pikachu at some point will need to make a stand. Probably 8-5 suit, 8-5 offsuit, not the hand, which he quite rightly folds, but he will be pushing all his chips in pretty soon. Only has 6 big blinds. Martin calls with another 7-5 in the small blind. However, a big hand here. Big hand here for our Greek friend. To give him his full name, Athanasios. I think I can remember that more. Athanasios. All in for 6.9 million. Great play there. Nothing wrong with that. Takes the element of doubt out of it and takes the pot down. Nice 10-9 suited for Athanasios. This is a tricky name. And I'm a quarter Greek. Making, I think he just made up the blinds there, has he? Doesn't like raising very much. Interesting play. Christian, on the other hand, likes a good raise. I think he's picked up on Athanasios calling with raising hands. However, he may feel that 10-9 suited is a hand he should only call with, but it's a hand I certainly would normally be raising with. Very playable hand. I'm sure he knows that. Looking at stack sizes, yeah, you have nearly doubled him. We've got a call. It's a decent sized pot already, 960. Will Christian hit? Well, he's hit a flush draw against the second pair. Very dangerous board for both players. But Christian has the opportunity, being the initial aggressor, to follow through here, and he may well take it down. It's a tricky board for Athanasios to carry on in. Just hit second pair with no draw. Even if he thinks he's up against a pair with a kind of low flush draw, he's going to find it very, very hard to continue here. See if he can find a way of working through the way this hand's been played. Well, he really is thinking of a call. So he's not putting his oppo on an ace, and he's not putting him on hearts if he makes this call. Wow. Great play there by Christian. Takes down over $1 million pot. Raise with the king jack suited. Christian folding his 10-9. Now Jan Maverick, as I will now call him. I think his name is Balajic, but Mavlik sounds very similar. Folds, so King Jack takes down a nice pot there. Got some trouble brewing here. Thanasis has raised with the ace-4. Perfectly good raise. But Jose, our chip leader, is sitting on kings. He's going to 3-bet him back for sure. Now, how will Thanasis play this? It is suited, it is connected. But our chip leader, who covers him, has made a very strong 3-bet. So far, he's stayed out of trouble, played pretty well. Let's see what he does here. Probably have to fold. Yeah, and he does. Sensible play. Nice spot there for Jose to pick up a raised pot. Now, Pikachu in seat 1, almost committed to this pot. He's got to put in the blind and the ante. That's half his stack. So he really needs to see a playable hand here on the big blind. Got to remember, though, there's only 6 players on the table, so hands like ace-9, ace-10 move up a level in terms of strength. All right, let's see what happens. And blinds have also gone up, 81.60, so he really has got a lot committed to this. Basically, it's going to take a pretty awful hand to fold, otherwise he just has to get his chips in. Jack 8 and above, chips got to go in. That's the only way of playing this hand. He's got too much equity in the hand for him to fold. Anything but kind of 9-2, that kind of hand, which I totally understand folding. And he's going to get some value for it, though. There's a raise by Christian. So if that gets through, still got the Jan, our Maverick player, on the button, and our small blind chip leader. But Jan has ace-jack. There's a big hand. How's he going to play it? First question is, does he realise the action is on him? I'm going to give him the benefit and say yes, he does. He's looking at his hand now. Twice we've seen him with his head somewhere else apart from on the table. Folds ace jack on the button. Well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe his head is not on the table. Okay, Jose, what have you got? Queen 9 suited, very playable. Queen 9 suited with the chip lead in the small blind. But it's a pretty strong raise to 600k. It's a big raise by Christian. He's done that because he has such a bad ace. That's the main reason he's made such a big raise. And it took out ace jack, and it may well take out Queen 9 suited. A nice comment in the stream by Funkyaz, who says Marzek, which is Jan's surname, means Iceman. So same movie, different plot, because I said Maverick. Different pilots, I mean. Of course, Top Gun reference there, very good. I'll tell you a little bit about Top Gun in a minute. Here we've got Queen 9 has hit the flop. He's up and down. Christian following through with the ace 2. He's hit nothing. Cannot see Jose going anywhere. He's hit third pair and up and down with a backdoor flush draw. Pretty strong flop for his hand. He's going to put Christian on an ace, and it's just about what ace he puts him on. Jan would be in the lead with his ace jack here. So just decides to call. 5 has changed nothing, except it has brought a flush in. So both players will be wary of each other. So Christian, the only way he's going to win this is by pretty aggressive play. He was our chip leader at the start of this final day. Will this be enough to take the pot down? Trying to hide his face from Jose, who's also trying to hide his face from Christian. Will this bet get through? It's a relatively small bet. I think he's underplayed this a bit. 700,000 into 2.5 million. Yeah, Jose's having nothing of it. He is calling. And now Christian in real trouble. He only has 3.5 million behind, roughly a pot size amount. He needs to hit an ace. He has not hit an ace. So the only option he has to win is an all-in bet. And then that may or may not work. And it hasn't, and it doesn't. But lovely, lovely pot there for our chip leader, Jose, who has moved up the ladder significantly. Now seat 1 on the button in the, well, he's been in the danger zone for the last 2 rounds. He's now in the ICU, intensive care unit, the poker ICU. He has, I'm not even sure he's got a big blind, but he's holding on with his fingernails on the wall in the hope that he picks up a hand. He has not had any to many hands at all. So, old Pikachu, great name. So, ace 8 suited. Christian, early position, makes the raise. Jan folds ace 5. Pikachu's in with ace 5 suited. Finally, he sees a hand. He's not going to like what he sees when the hands are turned over, though, unless someone else gets involved. Big blind only. 10-5. Goodbye. So, ace 8 suited is playing ace 5 suited. Pikachu looking down, seeing the kicker problem he has. But he's hit a 5. Oh, and an 8. A 5 and an 8 on the flop. That's horrible for Pikachu, and he is gone. He is our next place finisher, and we currently only have 5 on this feature table. I'm sure we'll get someone soon, but very unlucky there. He had to wait for a playable hand and found he was dominated by Christian. Chip leader now with the ace 6, able to make plays with these kind of low, mediocre aces, but he is only 5-handed. That does make any ace a lot stronger. So even ace 2 suited, Martin may feel he wants to play. Does he want to raise, though? Quite a good spot to push with. He's on the button. He's got a suited ace and connected one, and hands like ace 6 will fold. This is potentially a good spot to make a squeeze. Squeeze play being a shove all in to pick up a raised pot, usually. And he's doing it. Love it. Well played, Martin. So he's, and things like ace 3 folds, and I'm pretty sure Jose will have to fold his ace 6, and it comes back around. And that's exactly how it worked out. Well played, Martin. Great spot to push there, make a squeeze play. He had Christian with ace-8 in the small blind, making a raise. Maverick Jan, 6-2 offsuit. Oh, wow. Okay. I've seen everything now. Calling a raise with 6-2 offsuit. I know he has fans out there, but I don't think I'm one of them. He has a very maverick style, but I don't think it helps win pots, basically. He's folding big hands like King Queen and calling with 6-2 offsuit. I don't know what he's expecting to hit there, but just a complete waste of chips in my humble estimation. Do say what you guys feel. However, he has a plan, and that plan is to bet against someone with top pair who is going to call. It's not a great plan, Jan, I'm afraid. Come on, you got 2% equity. That's fair enough. A potential straight has been made. Is Jan going to follow through? The only way he can win this pot is by playing it absolutely as tough as he can, in the hope that Christian will finally believe him. Wow. Jan with a very big bet on the turn and a call. He's in real trouble if Christian does not believe him throughout the hand. What card can make a difference? Well, there is a straight out there. Can Jan represent the queen effectively enough to take down this pot? Not if Christian bets it, he can't. Lovely play, all in. Okay. He thinks he knows where he is, and big misstep there by Yang. Should never have been calling with a 6-2 to start with, and then compounded his error with some poor bluffs. Christian now back in the game. Nice big pot that he just picked up. So we have Jan pushing with his Queen 9 suited, getting it through. Again, a fairly maverick play from this young Czech man. I'd like to call him a checkmate, but that would be a very bad chess joke. So we have 5 here on the feature table, and we have, I think, 5 left on the other tables. So we are getting near a final table. And if and when we get to that final table, there will be a dinner break before we start the final table. So you'll be able to go and get something to eat, a couple of drinks, before we enjoy the final table of this Spanish Poker Festival, the last big event here at Banco Casino of 2023. Many fine events coming up in 2024. Check out bancocasino.sk, go to events if you're English or whatever the Slovakian word for events is, and you will see a rundown of some fantastic value events, the trademark of Banco Casino. Between 170 and 300 buy-in for 250, 300k guarantees. Really fantastic value. Ace King now for Martin, our local Slovakian player, on the small blind. Are we going to see small blind, big blind action? Certainly going to see it. Oh, is he going to slow play this? Wow. Very, very sneaky. He's just called Thanasis. Is he going to think that Martin is showing weakness and make a raise? Or is he going to think better of it and just check the 7-3? Pretty good flop for Ace King. He's hit the Broadway nuts. 7-3, long way up behind. The way Martin called only with the Ace King, I suspect he will check this. I'll probably bet now for just to confirm me. Small, very small bet. And unfortunately for him, he doesn't get paid. And he wouldn't have got paid on the raise either. Here we have our counts. So 80 big blinds for Jose. Thanasis 38, similar to Christian. Jan down to 21, and Martin very similar position. Both kind of 20 big blinds. Still very playable stacks. Blinds are 80, 160. We are nearing the final table of this exciting Spanish Poker Festival. We've seen some great plays. We've seen some very strange plays. That is often the way at this level of poker, where you get quite mixed ability players from all parts of Europe. So Jan has 8s, pushes all in for 3.4 million. Is anyone going to wake up with a big hand? Martin unlikely to call with a 7, and we're down to the blinds. Thanasis, do you have a big hand, sir? You do not. And 10-4, we can't call. And nor can Christian with 5-2 suited. Even though it's a hand I like very much, I don't call off an all-in bet with it. Excellent. 5 players here left on our feature table. 1 player to go for our final table. Under the gun raise by our chip leader Jose with 7-5 suited. Martin folds the threes. Button folds the 8-5 offsuit. Christian folds Jack 9. How's Maverick Yang going to do? He's got an ace-8 suited. He dominates Jose. What's he going to do with it? I have no idea. This guy honestly could do anything. I think that was an all-in bet and a fold. Very good. Well played, Jan. And now with the Queen 9 offsuit, playing 3-2. Pretty good flop for a 3-2. He's got the gut shot and the second pair. Jose, is Yang going to follow through? Little check. And now Jan's hit his queen. I think an opportunity was missed there by Jose. He was only losing to an ace. And now, of course, he is losing to the queen. So if this goes check, Jan will pick up a pot. But he's going to have a little bet. He's having a little bet. Has to do the minimum, though. He's showing his inexperience. Didn't know he had to do the minimum bet. A wry smile. Maybe he's an online player. I don't know. But small bet and a fold. Fair enough. an all in here with the ace-4, and pretty sure we're going to get a call with the 9s. We have a call. So, got to fade an ace, otherwise we will lose. Our final player, local player Martin, who is feeling very unlucky here. Big pot, 6.5 million. Needs to hit an ace. 9s need to fade an ace. Otherwise, our Greek friend will increase his stack significantly and we will lose our 10th play finisher. There's an ace. Martin has hit his ace. Now he needs to fade a 9. Club's no good. Ace-4, full house. Martin looking slightly befuddled, but he has doubled up. Great double up there for our local Slovakian player. Potentially a big hand brewing here. We've got Yang with ace king, and we've got 10s of Christian. Christian raised to 375, so just over 2x. And I think we're going to see a re-raise by Jan with the ace king. How is Christian going to play this? We may well see 2 all-ins here. Just a call. Okay, he's taking the safer approach. Wants to see a flop, does not want to see an ace, king or queen on that flop. Big pot though, 2.4 million already. Wow. Christian up and down with the tens. Jan has missed with the ace king. It has a gut shot for the 10, but 2 are already out. This is a pretty good flop for Christian. He's going to bet it now with Jan showing weakness. So it went check, check, and now on the turn we see a bet with the tens. Jan may not want to fold this early, especially with a relatively small bet, 650k. Or is he going to go ballistic and go all in? Who knows? Just a call. He needs to hit an ace, a king, or a gut shot. But he doesn't know the king will give Christian a straight. And there's a king! Ace king has hit his king, but Christian now has the nut straight. Okay, ace 10 is the nut straight, but he has 2 10s, so relatively he has the nuts. He has the semi-nuts. How's he going to play it? If he goes all in and Jan calls because he feels his ace king is winning, then we're going to see a big, big pot going Christian's way. It's not an all in, it's just a bet. Equally, Jan could raise here. He could feel he is ahead. Got to, yeah. Oh, is he counting a raise or just a call? It's going to be a big pot either way to Christian. Wow! It's actually a very good fold. Very good fold in the circumstances. We have an all-in and a call. King 6 against ace 6. Really in trouble now. And the flush draw takes the king of hearts out. And we lose Jan, eliminated after his ace king against 10s. And Jose increases his stack We are now going to go into a break before the final table is set. So looking forward to the final table of the Spanish Poker Festival main event. 60k up top, like I mentioned earlier. And the 8th place finisher will actually get 3,875. So we've got lovely steps going up, usually do with these main event final tables. We have 4 here. I think we're going to be going into the final table. Yep, the stacks are being stacked up. We will see you after the dinner break. This is JJ Hazan at Banco Casino, Bratislava. Okay, guys, we are back with the final 9 players. I was given slightly wrong information there. I thought we were going to an 8-player final table, but we are now down to 9 players. The only issue we've got here is we will not see their cards because there are only 8 boxes. Not a fan of this. I don't think this is very clever in terms of coverage because we don't get to see their cards, and it's a big change from the feature table that we've had. So all we can do is follow the action. Oh, we have a cowboy on seat 1, a very colourful one, wearing a bandana scarf. So I don't know who's in what seats at the moment, but we do have 9 players. So the re-raise there by Jose, taking down this pot. Checking round. Around to the button. Button folds. Small blind, big blind action. No action at all. Looks like big blind was up against an early raise here by Martin. Looks like we have a call. So 2 to the flop. I can't see their cards, so we're just going to have to guess. Your guess is as good as mine, guys. So I think that was will be a check. Both decent stacks with chip leader Jose in between them. Martin following up with a C-bet. Christian not going anywhere. So indicating that he has an ace or a pair that is under an ace. 3 diamonds though and a straight. Very dangerous turn. That's making a lot of potential hands. Of course, we don't know whose hand, if either. Let's see how this plays out. Gone check, check. Another diamond. That has to be good for one of these two players. I don't know whether either of them slow played a flush, but another diamond has to be a good card, either because they have it or because they can represent it. Martin has picked up chips. No, not looking happy at all there. He may well take this down with this bet, regardless of whether he has it or not. Lots of body language, negative body language. Can't believe a diamond. Looks like he does have an ace then, if he is that cross about a diamond hitting. He may well have an ace, and he may feel he has to call and find out where he is. Not happy at all. Martin, calm as usual. And I can't see the hand. So Queen Jack. So it was a bluff for the ace. Ace call. Ace 6 actually had 2 pairs. So very good call there. I think if Martin was going to bluff that properly, probably needed to have a bigger bet than the amount. He gave a lot of value to call there. And ace 6, 2 pairs. I'm going to raise. Rather strong raise by the look of it. Our Greek friend seems to have lost quite a few chips in the interim. Was flying high early on. And he looks like he just has over 2 million. So if he has a playable hand, or a hand he feels is playable, then it's probably all in at this stage with 9 left. Yep, looks like it's an all in. Interesting hand here developing. We've got a big raise and an all in. Could have a 5 million pot if it's called. Getting a count. The other players look like they're getting ready for their dinner. Yep, they're off for a dinner break. It's a call. So the player at risk is our Greek friend. Athanasios. I don't know who the other player is. Ace King against Ace Queen, and Ace King wins the pot. So I think that's a double up for Athanasios. And Ace Queen loses a big chunk of his stack, although he was pretty stacked up. And now I believe we are going into a dinner break, which I thought we were having 10-15 minutes ago. Just sorting out the chips between these two players. So it's a big double up for our Greek friend Athanasios, or Thanasios, I think was the other one. Can't remember all the names he had. He's been up and down like a yo-yo. 30-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, to the final table of the Spanish Poker Festival here at Banco Casino. We had a long delay, I'm afraid, not just a dinner break, but one player thought his chip count was wrong after the final table setup. And we can see we have a big chip leader in Senor Maestra at 14 million with our Croatian friend in second, who started the day as chip leader. So we are down to 9 players still. We cannot see their whole cards for the moment until we are down to 8 players and we reset the table. So I guess the chip counts were sorted out. Apologies for the delay, everyone. But we are back here with 9 players to go. So our payout structure: ninth place will get 3,875 before we reform our final table with the boxes. Jose is one of our chip leaders, raising on the button to 400,000. David, our local Slovakian player, always takes his time, considers his options. He's on the small blind. Just a reminder, at this point we cannot see their cards, so we're only going on what we do get to see. So we get a call there. He's not calling with nothing, obviously. Potential squeezing spot for our big blind. 200 to call, or it looks like he has about... Yeah, he's going all in. Love it. I'm just getting a count. That's 11. Looks like just over 13 million. Jose and David, without seeing their hands. Yeah, all in from the button. So he's got ace jack, and he's up against. So David got out of the way very quickly. Ace jack up against ace queen, but it is ace jack suited. Gives him a slight extra percentage. Queen in the hole, though. He's drawing pretty thin to dead. Oh! Full house, double up with the ace queen. He's very happy. And the button raised with ace jack loses some stack there. So timely double up there for the player in, well, what's currently seat 8. Jose coming in with another raise, late position this time, or rather on the button with 400,000. Had ace jack last time. David on the button, considering his options. 2 players behind him. Takes that second, third look. Calls on the button. Small blind folds. Big blind. Calls as well. 3 to the flop. Tricky flop. No idea who's hit this one. 10-7-3. Really would be guessing. Anyone could have anything. A set. Top pair with a queen, queen 10, king 10, ace 7. Lots of options out there. Original Razor is checking as well. Is Davey going to make a stab at this, or has he hit this? He checks. 3 checks. Someone's hit their king, surely. Plus 2 clubs. Up and down with a king 10. Lots of... That's making someone's hand look a lot better than it did on the turn, on the flop. Let's see what happens. Better 1 million with the king showing, takes that down. Certainly represented ace king. No idea whether he had it or not. The other 2 players believed they were behind and folded. Raise on the button. Big blind has very few chips. Only the white ones are bigger value than the yellow ones. So he's really not got many. All in and call. Oh, camera's out. So queens against ace 10. Needs to hit an ace. Still needs to hit an ace, and he doesn't. So we lose another player, I think, which means we will go to a final TV table of 8 players. Need to be reset again, and the box is set up. So well played, young man, but was not to be. Queen's picked him up, so it's a good. So I'm just going to sort things out, and we'll take a very quick break. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting back to the final table. There's been no seat redraw, so we just have the final 8 of the Spanish Poker Festival main event. 980 people started, and we are down to 8 players. With 60,000 euros up the top. Final player coming in. That's our Greek friend, Athanasios. Very hard, that one. We'll get a chip count in a minute and find out where everyone's sitting. Hopefully we'll have that on our screens very soon. I know we have a few Spanish, a Greek, a Slovakian local player. Not quite sure who else we've got that we picked up with. Jose, one of our chip leaders, and sit 5, Spanish player, and a few others that came from the outer table when we had the feature table in front of our screens. So, tournament director just making sure everyone understands what they need to do to show their cards. Here we see our payouts on the screen. 60,000 up top, 4,860 for our 8th place finisher. And then a nice gradual ladder through to the big prize. Sue's wishing everyone luck, and off we go. Off we go to the races, guys. Jose in a strong position, good player, lots of chips. We'll learn more about the new players on the table. I know that Christian, who started in seat 4, was our chip leader at the beginning, is now back again. And here we have our Greek player right at the beginning of this final table. Athanasios with ace-queen suited. Made a small raise. Min raise to 400. 7-2 folds. Jose folds. Now, nope, doesn't want to see a flop with 8-6 suited. It's an early raise with the ace queen, so always looks strong, and it is a strong hand. Another Spanish player in C8 folds. Mr. Kovac from from Austria folds. First time we've seen him. And it looks like the raise has gone through. Our Greek friend with a nice 8-7 suited, not quite as nice as the ace-queen suited. So he decides to fold out of position, which is perfectly reasonable. As does one of our other chip leaders with the queen 10 offsuit. Jose, though, with a lovely king-queen offsuit in a relative late position. Blinds are 100, 200. He raises to 400, but here comes Martin with ace-king. We are going to see a re-raise here with ace-king. Let's see how Jose reacts depending on the other players, of course. There's a definite 3-bet here by Martin. He has called in these situations, actually. He does like underrepresenting his hand, but against a raise from a large stack, I'd certainly favour the re-raise to induce a push to build up the pot. Does like taking his time, this young man. I think about 900 or 1.1 million would be a good bet. Looks like he's going bigger. 1.4, 1.5, something like that. 1.3. Anyone else got any kind of hand? Well, Queen Jack suited is a good hand. That's the first time that we have seen Michaelis from Cyprus, who's had a good double up already. Oh, wow. Seat 8. There's Iñak Cordillo from Spain. Got the ace 10. It's a big 3-bet though, 1.3 million. It's the kind of bet that says, don't muck about, son, just fold. And to be honest, he is dominating these two players. If he does get a call or a raise, he's a lucky boy. Ace 10 makes what he thinks is a tough fold. He's so behind, it's criminal. Here comes the original raiser. He's got jacks, though. He's got a proper hand. How's he going to play this? If he pushes, I'm sure Jose will fold his king-queen, and Mr. Bartosz should call with his ace-king, and we go to the races. Absolute flip between jacks and ace-king. Just double-checking. Cool. Lovely. Nice big 5.5 million pot. And we are going to the races. Player at risk is Mr. Kovac with his jacks. So any ace or king. Spades and hearts both covered by the ace-king. So flush no good to the jacks. That's a great flop for jacks. Looking quietly resolute, and that is jacks all over. Nice hand there, nice double up for seat one. Very nice pot there for Nicholas in seat one from Austria. Looks like he has raised on the button with his jack 10 suited. Nice hand to raise with. Ace 3 is in interesting territory. Doesn't play that well, but is an ace. Martin now one of the shorter stacks. I think it's a fold or push situation from his point of view. 1.8 million, 10 big blinds effective, and he folds. Shows you the power of the early raise. And to be honest, he was almost favourite with 9-10 suited as against ace 3. Oh, we've got a push with fives. And an immediate fold with 9-10. Wasn't suited, I apologise. Small blind now. Wants to count. Mr. Rafi. From Israel. Rafi Ben Raphael. Rafi Raphael. That's a good name. It's not to be Rafi, it's Rafi Raphael. So we got fives dominating potential fives. Are we going to see a shove here with ace-8 suited? Anyone going to wake up with a big hand behind? Not so far. Yeah, even Mr. Gordillo doesn't want to play his fives this time. King 10 off. King 10 suited. I apologise. Has gone all in. So covers the ace-8 suited, but behind at this point in time. Very close. 54-46. And there's a 10, but there's an ace. So 2 spades and 1 club. Backdoor flush for seat 4. That's not going to help. So basically only an 8 or a king. That ain't an 8 or a king. Good night, sweetheart. It's actually a double up, I apologise. So it's a double up for Martin and a dent in his oppo's chip stack. So he's back in the game. He's full suited in the cutoff from our Israeli friend. He has raised to 575. Well, I don't know any of it. And the raise with ace 4 suited to get. A Greek friend with ace king is weighing up how much to raise by, looking at the other stacks. With that raise, he almost certainly wants the call, or for someone to come back at him. Jose, a very playable Jack 10. And then Michael, who's almost certainly been in this situation before, will close off the action. Or maybe he won't. Jack 10 folds. Martin, a big dog here with King 5 against Ace King. He can't call every raise, even though he is on the big blind with pots with chips committed. Looks like he does want to look it up. He really doesn't want to hit a king, though, unless it's accompanied by a 5. Not a bad flop for the 5. Got a gut shot draw. Bad flop for Ace King. Is he going to continue to bet this? Follow through C-bet. $400k into 1.2. It's a third of the pot. How's Martin going to play this? Does have the gut shot, but probably knows he's behind. So it may be now or never. It's a never. Martin in the small blind calling with Jack 6 off. Only being met with an even worse Jack 2, albeit suited. So I don't know whether he wants to play back and try and attack the weakness here. Wow, they've both hit a Jack. Jack 2 is in trouble on this. Nice small bet by Martin. And Michaelis from Cyprus is going to feel that he is winning. The option is not re-raised. Okay, what does he do? And then we see Michaelis's raise to 550. Fairly predictable when he plays Jack 2 and hits a Jack. Unfortunately for him, Martin is out kicking him at the moment. Split pot possibility is fairly high. If Martin raises here, he will get called. An all-in will be announced. Wow. So, queen on the flop. So this is where the 6 has now been counterfeited. So both players will get a chop of this pot. Bartosz has checked. And now Michaelis in seat 7 has gone all in for 5.3. Immediate call. And looks like unless a 6 hits or a 2, it will be a split pot. And a king hits. So that is a playable card. Oh well. Jose raising with Jack 10 suited in the cutoff. A6. Martin will consider how to play this. Double checking and folds the button. Ace4 suited, though, a more attractive option for sure. And Ace4 now considering how to play. Could come back at Jose with a raise. Certainly is. Ace 4 suited. I like this. Good aggressive play on the small blind. Repping a much stronger hand than Ace 4, but little does you know he is winning, especially on the flush. I like this play. Be very hard for Jose to carry on in this hand with Jack 10 suited, unless he feels that he can take Michaelis off the pot. Kind of hand that you just want to be able to see a flop with and not meet the kind of resistance he's just met. He may well peel, though. Looks like he's peeling. So, 2 to a flop. Nice big pot already. 3.5 million. We've got Ace 4. We've got Jack 10. Diamond's only good for one of them. We've got a gut shot draw for the 10 Jack. And very little for Father Christmas, who's already won a few pots. But Ace High may feel fairly confident on this board. Looks like a pretty strong 600k. It's a fairly controlled size. And now Jack 10 has hit. Jose has hit his hand with the Jack. So only an ace out for Michaelis. Could be in trouble, our Cypriot friend. Depending on the bet amount. The pot is already 4.6 million. And Michaelis has 4.1 behind. And has virtually no outs. Is he going to bet into this just when Jose has hit top pair? For his sake, I hope not. For Jose and the rest of the table, I am sure they are wishing him to be all in, but to lose. And Queen on the end, not making any change there. Will Jose bet for value if he gets the check? Will Michaelis try and represent a 9-10 perhaps, or a winning hand, a queen? I think whatever he does, Jose now weighing up his options. Does he bet this? He does. Good. Like to see a value bet here. Probably won't get called, but it's good to do. Nearly $1 million bet into 4.5 million. Michaelis only has 4 million in front of him. Yeah, 2 options: fold or do a bluff all in, and good fold. I was ready. Friend that lost a big pot earlier with ace queen against ace king now has queens. He has 3.5 million. Hope he doesn't push here. That would not be the cleverest to play. I'll only pick up the blinds that way. I'd like to see a raise, maybe to 500. Michaelis with an ace, considering how to play it, and a good fold there, I think. Mr. Gordillo with nothing, and the queen's raise gets through. He shows the hand. Frustration that no one else calls him. Everyone going, oh, hard luck. And then in brackets, thank goodness for that. Our Greek friend with a nice mid-suited ace. Doesn't like it in early position. Totally get that. And folds. Martin deciding whether he wants to make a move with a king 8. Nope. Decides against. We have 8-9 up against King 8. This will go down to the more aggressive player. Check. Oh, 2 checks. An up flush draw now for Rafi. And an up and down for Michaelis. So, Nikolaus in seat 1 from Austria. And neither player's hit. So this pot could go down to whoever plays the river best. Both missed. Both had something. Flush draw against a straight draw, up and down. Who is going to either rep this, or obviously if it goes check, check, then Rafi wins by kick. Oh, he's giving it a go. Here we go. Here comes Nicholas Kovac from Austria. The Israeli looking carefully. Does he want to make a hero call with King 8? No, he doesn't. Great play there. Great play by Nicholas. He repped the winning hand, and our Israeli friend ruining his luck, but folded the best hand. Tough call, though. Very tough. This time Jose with an ace-9 suited. Got a great stack of 15 million in front of him. Blinds are 100, 200. So pretty useful 30 big blinds. It's all, though, coming under pressure for players now. Blinds really are pretty stiff. To play any kind of hand, you're going to need to be putting 500,000 in and then a follow-up of another million. So folds by the short stacks. Interesting choice here for Rafi with the 6-4 suited, but the trouble is you've got a player behind him. Greek friend. So we've got a call and a fold. So 2 to a flop with 6-4 suited against ace-9 suited. Wow, okay. Tricky flop for both players. Rafi with 2 low cards folds, and the ace of Jose gets it through. To go Dio with Jack 10. 17 big blinds. The pressure will be building quite soon on a few of these players as the blind situation gets tougher and tougher. Mr. Kovac, who played very well to bluff the last hand, now coming in with the ace check suited. Something for everyone. King Jack 9, so Nicholas has hit the Jack, but very cheeky check there from Christian with the top pair and a gut shot draw, but doesn't have hearts, so maybe looking just to pot control here. But we're going to see a bet from our Austrian player in seat 1, Nicholas Kovac. Looks like 400 into 1.2 million. We see that we're all hoodied up now. Sunglasses on, hood over the head, trying to give as little information away as possible. The 10 has hit, so now he has the second nuts, king, queen, got the straight to the king. Lovely little check here. So Kovac needs a queen to win, and he will win with a queen. He'll have a bigger straight, but it's a dangerous card that turn. Yeah, check makes a lot of sense. Now I think we need to see a value bet coming in. 2 million in the pot. Like to see maybe 4 to 700, something like 4, 5, 6, that kind of amount. I think we are in that ballpark. $2 million in the pot, and 850. Actually, a bit more than I thought. Wow, is this going to be a hero call with the jack? Lovely pick up there with the king queen, and bit of a dent there in 3.7 million pot. Bit of a dent there in Nicholas, who had been playing well up until this point, but just overstepped there. So nice pickup. Deciding to fold the Jack 10 here. Back up to 8.2 million, so he's increased his chip stack from the chip lead of 7 million that we started with. Jose moving on upwards with 15 million. Doesn't need to get involved in this, but has decided to. Martin with a reasonable hand, but not really a raising hand, so may elect to see a flop, or may raise due to Jose's weak call, but of course that could be a bluff. Never know in this game. So sensible option applied. King, king, 5. No good to either player. Nice little bet by Jose using his stack to take down a small pot, emphasizing his dominance on this final table at this point in time. 8 players left. Big hand in the cutoff. Jacks for Christian from Croatia. Is he going to find someone with a big hand as well? Playable hand. Queen 10. What Martin wants to do. Takes a sensible option and folds. Michaelis with 5-4 in the big blind. Folds as well. Jacks takes it down. As a VPIP, showing that Martin Bartosz is the most aggressive player pre-flop. There's a nice hand, Ace King for Nicholas. Early position. He's under the gun. Well, Mr. Gordillo does have a hand he could call with. It's going to be under a lot of pressure if he hits, though. Probably the best option is just to fold. I'm getting very frustrated. He's just not getting any hands at all. Do you understand that? Ace Jack now for Rafi, our Israeli friend. He has 12 big blinds, so I don't know how he wants to play this, but really any option here. He could shove, he could raise. A raise is almost more suspicious than a shove. I think he's pushing, yep. Almost hoping someone's got a hand so he can double up. Double up or double down. Mm-hmm. No call from King 8. And we're going around the table with 4 more to go. I'm sure Martin would like to call with Jack 9, but he won't. Normal 7-3 on the button. Round to the blinds. And his early raise gets through. And this is a spot for Mr. Cordillo. All in with King Queen, quite right too. I'm not sure. Oh, immediate fold with Ace 10. I like that. But Rafi has jacks. I think we're going to see an all in here, and the 9-7 will have to fold. So all in, 9-7 will immediately fold. And we have 2 similar stacks, 2.8 million against 3.3. Jacks against King Queen, a classic race. Kovac is now thinking, should he be in with his ace? But probably a good fold. King is hit, King Queen. We could lose No, we wouldn't lose him. He will have a few chips left.
And after the break, tournament will continue with
Wow.
deck number 7, small blind 600
So
big
King
blind,
Queen.
1,200 big blind enter 1,200.
So
Middle
not.
shuffle
It
order
is a
10
double up
rotations.
for him. And
Already we have a
Rafi is now
medium
on
small blind 600 big
fumes.
blinds, fiesta, big blind into 3 fiesta.
How much? 2.8. You take everything?
Yeah. That's 2.8.
Bueno, vamos a seguir ahora. Esto se va poniendo
Jose now getting adventurous with his stack. Raising with the Queen 4. I don't think Martin's going anywhere with Ace 10. It's got to be all in, surely. 3 million is only 12 big blinds. It's a strong hand. Has to be pushing here. Oh, wow. He's folding. You can't assume. Oh, he's lucky, though, because we've come up against Ace King. He is going to go all in with Ace King. I'll put my name on that one. I think Martin got away with that. If he'd have pushed with Ace 10, he'd have certainly been called by Ace King. All in announced by the Cypriot. Senor Gordillo will fold. And I would think by the time it comes around to Jose, he will also fold. Oh, he may have some interest here with Ace 10.
More than 3, right?
He does cover him, but sensible fold. And also, as predicted, Jose folds.
Un capo nei trans, sai? Tiene punto para hacer eso, ¿no?
Very strong.
Jose will not be showing his 10-7 suited raise. He's starting to build up his aggression using his chip stack. And these kind of interesting hands he's able to raise and get through. He had to fold the 9-7 suited against the Ace King and Jacks hand. Sorry, King Queen and Jacks. But he's certainly going to carry on raising with those kind of hands, as well as any premium hands that come along. And he deserves that opportunity with his stack. Right way of playing it. Rafi all in with king 9. Little does our Greek friend on the button know, but king 10 suited is not just dominating, it's massacring a king 9 offsuit. However, he does have players behind him. That's a difficult spot he's in. He could go all in to try and isolate. Doesn't want to call and then have to fold. He's just going on a slightly different route, trying to make his hand appear stronger by just making a raise. If that's what he's going to do, that's what it looks like. Nope, it's just a call. Looked like he was going to raise and just made the call. 8-3 will fold. I was just hoping the big and small blind don't have big hands. Jose, Jack 8 may decide to call. He already has 250 in. It's a very, very small call. It's only 125 behind. I'm pretty sure he'll call. It's a question of whether he wants to isolate himself against the short stack with added value in. He decides against that, so it's just he's called the raise. Sorry, it was a raise. Didn't realise. So he's called the 675 raise. It was a min raise, and that's called. So there is a side pot already brewing here of about 500. King Jack 10. King 10, 2 pairs for our Greek friend who raised. Athanasios has played very well so far this final day and final table. Got 2 pairs here. There's obviously made straights on board, but very hard to pass 2 pairs here if he does get raised. You've got value in the side pot. Rafi may think he's in good shape with the king 9. Only a queen will help him. We are likely. Looks like it's an all-in. And Rafi very unhappy about what he sees. Only a queen for a straight. Straight to the 9 is his outs. Good play there by our Greek friend. Pushing on that flop. Queen for a split. No, we have king 9. We lose our Israeli friend from seat 2. Did well, got fairly unlucky with his jacks. But finishes in 8th spot. And he will take home back to Israel 4,860 euros. Not too bad. There we see our payout chart. Next out is 6-6 through to the 60,000 at the top.
That's right. But still you're using the same boxes.
Queen Jack suited. Quite a nice raising hand here for Athanasios. Very hard to say. So he has raised to 500. It's a min raise. Jose going nowhere with ace-9 though. See how he wants to play. It's on the small blind. Got 100 invested, 400 to call. Checking the stack. Also the stack next to him. The big blind is still in. But not too much in the way of danger. I think all options available here. Nothing wrong with folding it or calling or raising. One of those hands. It's just more about how you feel, what the feel of the table is. He has decided to go all in, and he probably won't get called. Can't see Queen Jack going all in. So lovely instincts there. That was a good decision, I think. Certainly the one I favour with his stack. He can do things like that and put maximum pressure on the kind of ace-jack, ace-10 holding. Hands that technically he is behind. And Queen Jack certainly hits that range.
That's 500. Schuster is all in. Silvas.
Nice position. I tell you that is nice position for you, if you understand me. I don't know. Bella posizione.
That's
Gonna raise with the 8s. We could get trouble here. 3-bet with the 10s from Gordillo. Senor Gordillo. I don't know whether Christian, he's shown more conservative choices so far, so he will be listening to the 3-bet for sure. Does he want to call and peel and hope that no ace, king or queen comes? May well be putting his opposition on an ace, king. We know he has a higher pair, and we know the 8s could be in big trouble here. But they are Chinese aces. Often hit sets. There's no logic to that statement at all. That's just how I feel about it. We could lose a player here. Well, won't quite lose a player. But we could have one severely dented. So he wants to have a look at a flop. He's kind of hoping he's up against 2 overcards and that not too many come on the flop. We know if that happens, he'll be in big trouble. He needs to really hit an 8. That's not a good flop for 8s because he'll feel fairly confident with it. Only 1 overcard. 10s are all in. Christian's got to work out, is this a bluff or is this a value bet? Is this a bet because he thinks he's ahead? Very tough to fold 8s here. 4.8 million into 3.2. Just I only really had a pot size bet just over the pot, but it's more whether or not he feels the 8s are winning. Simple as that. Tough spot. What would you do? I think against this particular player that has really played solid, I think you just have to fold and take the loss. I'm not even sure I'd have called the bet, the raise in the first place, because you've got to give respect to Mr. Senor Gordillo, who has been really tight, and you just know is a solid player and is only getting it in with bigger hands than you if you're not sure about your own hand. So, but now he's in a very tough spot with that flop. Yeah, it's the right fold, but I think he should have folded to the 3-bet.
Yeah, I also put them on X or Queen. They have overpaired and they have overpaired.
8. Buen fall. A. Good fall.
Yeah.
Te voy ganando. Pero lo paso que se ve una carta más ahí. Amigo. Perde, Emilio. Perde. Perde, toma, perde.
Livestream, pues. Son dos. Målet sitter på alla. Ripati, ma målet sitter. Spets 500.
Jose raising with the ace-6. Is he going to find any opposition? Senor Gordillo, Spanish compatriot, has ace-3 suited. How does he want to play it? Well, he doesn't. Very, very solid player. Can't know he's behind ace-6, but just has a much higher range choice than some of the other players. That will either hold him in good stead, or he may find it a bit difficult later. He's done very well so far. Jose taking another pot.
What? Hey.
This time it's Martin with the ace-3 suited. Plays it very differently from Mr. Gordillo. Makes a very, very big raise. He's virtually all in.
2.6.
Pair of twos. It's a pair, but very tough to call that. And what does Mr. Gordillo got? Does he have a hand to fight back against Martin's raise? No, he does not. And old as anyone so far. Nope. Jose, our last chance for the king four. I don't think so. So Martin gets it through with a suited connected ace.
Le digo saber. Le digo saber. Le chequeo. Claro. Me mete,
Hasn't made any plays with these kind of low suited connected cards, and I can't see him doing it anytime soon. He'll let the others play that game. He'll just play solid poker and get it in strong. That's how he's doubled up so far. Whereas the 7-6 suited on the button, very different decision there. Jose folds, same hand, very similar hand. Very hard to pick up big hands, so raising with 6-7 suited on the button is a perfectly good play. Someone has to have a big hand behind you, or make a big play against you. He raised to 550 with the ace-8 by the ever-aggressive Christian. Jose wants to have a look with a 7-5 suited. Or is he going to make a playback? He raised to 550 with the ace-8. Looks like we've got 2 to the flop. Not a good flop for either player, really. The Christian was the aggressor and will follow through with the better hand at the moment. And I don't think Jose will come back with too much. He's completely missed the flop. Nice hand to see a flop with if you have a chip stack like him, but not a great flop for 7-5 suited. Jose using his stack again with the ace-6, had a lot of mediocre aces and raised with most of them. Hasn't come up against too much opposition so far. Very playable hand to call with for a lot of players, but Mr. Gordillo has been fairly solid and disciplined. However, with this one, he's happy to see a flop. And he's even hit the flop. Oh, I like this. Check, check. Very nice. Will Jose follow through his aggressive stance? And that's what Senor Gordillo is hoping for. Snap call. That should flag up some issues with Jose. Good card for the Queen. Only an ace now for Jose. Slows down. And I think we will see a small value bet coming in. May well just check and hope that, yeah, 600k, nice. Always in control of that. Shows the hand.
Vale, señor, pero... Ya también a ver, señor. Vamos juntitos de la mano.
Wszystko rajd. 2 miliony 700. 2.7. 7 pas.
Raise with the sevens. Big strong raise. Only a big hand is going to call. His raise sizing tends to be pretty high if he wants to play a pot. Martin is conscious that it's going to take a very big hand to call him. So it's a good strategy, I think. Nice hand here for Martin. Ace-Jack suited in the hijack. It's done kind of 90% raises as it is. Let's see how he wants to play this one. Will he look to trap with it with a min raise, or will he just get his chips in? Has 4 million. That's 16 big blinds. Yeah, he is just calling. Oh. Okay, so looking Sorry, raise. I apologise. Raise to 500. He's looking to get some action with the ace jack suited. We are only 7-handed, much stronger than a full table. And I think he's going to get some action here, guys, because Nicholas from Austria has aces. Now he's just working out how he wants to play it. If he pushes, he'll probably get a call, but he may just want to click back. Just working out how he wants to play it. So he's had a 500k click to him. Looks like he's sizing up a 12, 1300. Now Martin in a real pickle because he has to work out. He was looking to induce a raise with that bet. It's not a big re-raise. It's quite an inviting re-raise. And if he had planned the shove, if there was any action against him, which I think he was thinking about, he now has the decision to make. Does he go all in now? He'll certainly get called, obviously. But he has to work out whether he's up against a proper hand. Very solid so far. Nicholas Kovac hasn't really put a foot out of order, unlike Martin himself. So just calling. Interesting option there. Martin's hit a gut shot. Gut shot 10 for the straight. Over pair for Nicholas. Nicholas with on the small blind. First to act. Going to put chips in for sure. He's hoping he's up against ace, queen, ace, king, and that he will make a big pot. That's his hope. In many ways, ace jack's probably better. Got tens to hit. Very good. Immediate fold by Martin. Well played. Realised he was behind to a solid player and folded. Sevens on the button, 2 hands in a row, aces followed by sevens. makes the raise. Just over the min, 550. 7-2 folded. As the big blind got a hand. Does have 2 overcards, and we'll have a look. Oh, he had 250 in, costing him 300 into 1.2. 4-1 on his money. Not hit though. Sevens is still winning. Only 1 overcard. I expect to see a bet here. Christian making a move here. He's coming back with 2 overcards and raising to 1.1 million. Nicholas has to work out whether he's doing that with a bigger hand or just looking to steal the pot. Not an easy decision, but he looks like a strong enough player to not get too phased by that raise, and that's the case. Unfortunately for him, Christian has now hit top pair and will follow through for sure. Looks like we're going into a break, guys. I think it'll be a quick one, 15 minutes, something like that. We'll see you the other side.
Máte to posledné vraj. Dobre. Sedí to všetko. Dobre, možno.
Yes, I wish you the best of luck. Blinds 150, 300, and 300, 250, and the other side.
Todo está bien.
Beautiful movie. Good luck, guys.
Pasar el número de teléfono, ¿no? Ya, te lo voy a apuntar.
Welcome back, everyone, to the resumption of the final table here at Banco Casino. We have 7 players left. And just a reminder, our next payout is still a good payday, really. Next payout will be €6,655. Top prize of €60,000. Blinds are starting to kick in, though. They are 150, 300. Quite a few players on the kind of 10 to 20 big blind mark, and it will start to bite in. We'll need to play some hands to maintain your chip stack or increase. This is where strategy comes into it, and ICM calculations are vital. So our chip leader only has 45 big blinds. It's not huge. And you can see there at the bottom, 11, 8 big blinds. So we've got a kind of top 3, a middle 2, and a bottom 2. So on that danger line of 10 big blinds and the decision factors that will make or break your tournament, and I'm sure these players know that. I do like to play this young man, Gordillo, has played so far. He's up to 9 million. He's in a fairly safe spot blinds wise, with 30 big blinds compared to about 5 or 6 players under him. The kind of decisions these players need to make is, are they going for the win? Are they going for laddering? Do they play solid to try and get a couple more spots? Give you an example, the difference between 7th and 5th is something like €7,000, so it's a significant amount to ladder up. Jose making, and this is why Jose can make the push with Queen 3 suited, because it takes a big hand to call. As it happens, Queen 4 suited is winning, but he's not to know that. So great play there by Jose, using his chip stack to the most effect. Lots of offers going around in Banco Casino. Progressive bad beat jackpot. There's also awards for flushes, straight flushes, royal flushes, quads, etc. Immediately paid to you in the cash games. If you play 7 hours of cash, you get a free hotel room for those visitors amongst you, should you come down here anytime. Fantastic place to play, great value tournaments. Lots more coming up after the new year in January. 2 big ones in January, a couple in February. Discipline fold by Senor Gordillo. So in normal circumstances, Nicholas might want to play that 9-7 suited. But under ICM, it is not an advisable play. However, one of our more aggressive players, Christian from Croatia, will be raising with the ace-jack. 750. Very pretty hand, 5-3 suited, but not a great calling hand. And our player on the big blind,
How much?
750.
well, Cypriot player with 10-6 suited, is thinking about it. Michaelis was one of the shortest stacks. He was in 12th when we started the final day, and he's down to the final 7. He's done well so far, but these kind of hands are the tough decisions. If he calls, he needs to hit the flop to be able to carry on, because he knows that Christian will use his stack to bet against him.
Tripos.
Jose, who's been raising with a lot of dubious hands, now has a premium. Could pay off for him. Now raising with the ace king. At the moment, not going to meet much resistance. Looks like these players want some Hollywood TV time. Gordillo with an ace-6. Wanting to see a flop. Not assuming that Jose has a big hand, which is perfectly fair enough. Not a bad flop for ace-6. Got one heart. Not a great flop for ace-king though, but I'm sure Jose will continue the pressure by checking. Now up and down the ace-6. That turn has strengthened his hand. He's going to bet it. Ace-king is in a very tough spot here. Got nothing to do with the board, and you've got a solid player betting into you. Very hard for him to put him on a 6, but he's decided to peel. Crucial river here. Can Gordillo hit a straight? Okay, it's going to be a split pot. 7s and 5s with the ace kicker. I'm guessing there would be either check or bet call. Jose's going to feel a bit aggrieved at that, but could have been worse with the up and down for Gordillo on the turn. Interesting hand.
Vale. Dale paguito ahí. Explicito. Tengo que pagarle, tengo a 6. Y esto es muy bueno para mí.
Shove here with six, 7 big blinds with the ace 2. Pair of 4s. I think we'll get a call. Just checking on the amount. Just under 2 million. Already got 150 in from the small blind. So it's cost about 2 million to call. Just under. Wow. Okay. Very solid fold. Maybe a bit too solid there. It's in pretty good shape.
Prefiero que se la siga y ya le engancharemos en otro momento, ¿no?
No more aces here against me.
Okay, did you see the hand? But what did you have?
Very good hand.
If I push, do you call? If I push pre-flop?
So on the flop I had nothing over that.
Interesting matchup here. Raise to 600 with the ace 7 suited, but the ace 8 suited is going all in for sure. And I think he'll get called. It could be a nice double up. Quite a few split pot possibilities as well. Only 2.7 million all in, so 2 million to call. Jose will be calling. Getting a count first, but can't see him folding a suited ace here against a short stack. He won't like it, but he will call. Interesting there, the percentage is 63-37. That's not actually correct because there really are quite a few split pot possibilities with the 8 and 7 being so close and fairly low. He may feel though his A7 is dominated here. Yep, okay, folds, and that's a perfectly reasonable decision there. Even though it wasn't too much to call, he felt his A7 just wasn't strong enough, and the likelihood was he was up against a much bigger ace, or even a pair between the ace and the 7. So Jose deciding to keep his chips back for a better spot. Jose raising with the 8-6 suited. Up against a strong player with a good hand, ace-10 suited, 7-handed. I think the table are aware that Jose has been raising with a wide variety of hands. He's certainly raised more than any other player, and that would have been noted. I think we'll see a 3-bet coming in here. It's a nice strong play. Doesn't need to push at this point. And there obviously is ICM and laddering concerns to apply to any decision at this point. And that's why he folds such a strong hand. And arguably, pretty well the same decision, but a different player. So Christian has almost the same decision, and he's just calling with his ace-8. He dominates the 8-6, as the ace-10 suited did. Where's everyone going? Ace-4-6. So the ace has hit, and so has the 6. Christian going to bet his top pair out. I think he's giving away quite a lot of information there. Should be looking to check raise or check call. Not that stops Jose calling with second pair. Neither player with any hearts, but Jose may be able to represent the hearts. May have been his plan all along. No, just checking. So, a good and a bad card ties it up for the ace, but also a heart.
Who's all their friends? Okay, does anyone else have an outfit that they absolutely love, but...
Call me crazy if you want, but I've never liked store-bought pesto.
Oh my gosh, Susie, you need medical help.
Let me tell you about the absolute scandal I found out about the big issue charity in the UK. If you're confused...
Qué pena no te voy a dar corazones, ¿eh? No se tira con así, ¿eh? ¿No? Ya, veo. A ver si que le haya apuntado esa. Saca.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? So this is the last 5 minutes of level number 12. After that we're going to have a 25 minutes break, and these 25 minutes are going to be the last 25 minutes to enter the tournament. Late registration or re-entry. Also, if I may have your attention please. So during the break we're going to proceed with a chip race of 100 and 500 value chips. As the level right now currently stands on 2,000, 4,000, guys, you don't need those chips now, so may I kindly please ask all the chip leader on the table to start buying off 100 and 500 value chips from the rest of the tables. You will make the whole process much easier and more safer for you and your chips, because that way we can make only one single transaction. Once again, all the chip leaders on the table, please start buying off 100 and 500 value chips from the other players on the table. Dealery, zopakujem v jazyku našom, poprosím vás všetkých chip líderov na stoloch, aby začali počas voľného času skupovať stovkové a 500-kové žetony na stole. Uľahčíme tým chip race jednou jedinou transakciou. Ďakujem pekne.
Yeah, it's not doing so I have to count it. So. I kept the 4 Yeah. Look.
¡Vamos, Iván!
Que me gusta, va motivarme, claro.
Who want to double me up? You want to double me up?
My friend Jonathan, but he have one problem. He can't lose, you know.
With me he's losing.
Oh, he's sleeping, you know? No,
I'm not speaking.
Dangerous.
Que volví. Para el 1 de enero. De rey fijo de. ¿Por qué? Porque va a ser. Bueno, ya 30 años por uno.
Who wants something?
And have an all in on the sevens. Oh, tempting. L Jack 10 suited, very tempting. You'll probably fold it, but if it hadn't been a raise, I could see a raise coming from that.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the closing jackpot, finish the hand your own and take a 25 minutes
I
break.
wonder if he
25
would have
minutes
called
break.
if he knew he was up against sevens. Possibly. Good chance to double up.
During this
But,
break, we'll proceed with the
right,
chippers for
fold.
100 and 500 value chips. Dealers, please take the chippers for 100,000 chips. Dealerov poprosím o čipry z stovkových a 500kových žetónov. Poprosím všetkých dealerov čipry pripraviť na 100
Jose raising earlier this evening with the old 7-6 suited. Does like it. It's a lovely hand to raise with. Lots of ways of winning. People putting you on bigger hands. And also getting hands like Queen Jack offsuit to consider their options. And in this case, looks like the option is to push all in. 2 million. This will be interesting when it gets round to Jose. Will he call with his 7-6 suited, or will he not want to show his raising with 7-6 suited? So this is a kind of decision more about image than the actual cards you have.
2 million. 2 million? Call.
He calls, not worried about image. No one overly concerned that a chip leader is raising with 7-6 suited. Cypriot player at risk. Wow! 8, 9, 10 Queen Jack. But he's up against diamonds. He's up against a straight flush. 6, 7. He's the 8 of diamonds for a straight flush. Or any diamond. No good. Just a diamond in the rough. No good. So, nice double up there for the Queen Jack. Wow, what a flop. Action flop all the way.
You wanna win every pot, and we wanna win again. This flop against him, because if you have this spot with him, the same hand, and the same flop. Bye. Yeah. It's 11 million. Straight and straight.
How much you push on him?
2 million.
2 million. some McDonald's. Service, can we order 3 Big Mac? Full package. No, I just kidding.
This time a very, very big hand in Athanasios's grasp. Just min raising with the aces, looking to induce a re-raise or get a call from a poorer hand. Wow, and this could be the one, King Queen. I think Martin could be tempted by this one. We will see. I do like the min raise. Wow, very good fold. That's a excellent fold. 7-handed, pretty strong hand, King Queen. Just folds like that. Very good instincts, Martin.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
And no show there by our Greek friend. Keeps it. Not wanting to give any information away.
I have Red Bull. Do you want one? If my heart stops, take me.
Nicholas shoving with the King Jack suited on the small blind. Oh, he's up against an ace. This is a tough spot, tough decision. Wow. Doesn't have to call, but he may feel he's ahead. Does cover him, but not by much. So 4.7 million by Nicholas and 5.8 million for Athanasios. Very close. Tough decision. A lot of people will push with less than ace-5. But then it's in the hands of the poker gods. I think ICM says he should fold. And he does.
King Jack? King Jack?
Ace 7.
That's something similar. You will see that.
This time raising with a premium hand of queens. The rest of the table know that he has raised with a variety of hands. Well, that's not going to make any difference with 8-3. Button folds and we're round to the blinds. And only the big blind to get through. He has an ace. May well want to see a flop with an ace. No, gives it up. Okay. Very tight, solid table at the moment.
Doesn't matter. If he wants to win tournament.
Raising the small blind with King 8 off. Trying to put pressure back on Jose. He's trying to fight back. But I think he's going to have a problem against Ace King. It's a matter of how much he raises by. So he's facing 700k. I think we'll see about 1.8, 1.9. And then Christian will be in a tough position to carry on this hand with King 8 offsuit. Made a good attempt to attack the chip leader. Like I said, 1.8 seemed to be the right kind of figure. Inviting the call, getting almost 3-1 on his money, but unfortunately he only has King 8 offsuit. Very hard to continue in this pot, to be honest. Takes down a nice pot and increases his lead.
Aber muss ich nicht. Es steht dann jetzt genau. Porque en ese momento
Jose now really starting to ramp up the aggression. All in with 9-8 offsuit. Again, knowing he can't be called except for a premium hand, which are very, very hard to get.
He dancing Zorba professionally.
Yeah, because I saw
Dio taking his time. Ace-9 with 4 players to get through. On the line, really, in the hijack. Can fold it, can raise. Both options for sure. Let's see if his potential raise would have got through. You can see Jose raising with 10-9. Just measuring up what size to raise. Decided to push all in. And there's a lot better hands out there that will have to fold. Nice attractive ace-10 raising the 700k. Round to the blinds. He's going nowhere with 8-4 offsuit. And nor is Queen 5. So the ace-10 will take it down.
all tournament players, please come back to your seats. We will restart tournament in less than 3 minutes. Poprosím všetkých hráčov turnaja, aby sa vrátili späť na svoje miesta. Budeme pokračovať o 5
Looks like we're going into some kind of break. A couple have left the table. Didn't really hear the announcement.
Almost 5.
Není, Berek. Každý sa postrel trošku. Iba trošku. Jednotka rejde.
Nice play there with the twos. Nice raising hand here for Jose. King Jack suited. He's up to 13 million now. Just over 40 big blinds. Every decision now vital. Difference between 6,000, 7,000 and 60,000. And every player has a chance of winning this. No one has moved away from the pack. And it's ebbing and flowing all the time. Lovely looking ace king suited. He's only got 8 big blinds, so very hard to do anything but shove here. Any other play will be very suspicious. He's just going to have to hope someone's got an inferior ace. There he is shoving. Needs someone to have a hand to call him so he can double up. He's at that point now. So far, no one has a hand. Round to the big blind. Pair of fives. Might call. It's a possibility. He has 11 million. And he's only facing a 2 million, just under 2 million call. It's a classic flip. So it's 1.7 to call and a few behind. I think there's about 350,000 behind. All in is the call, an immediate snap. We have a classic race, ace king suited. Just a call though. No, we don't actually, we're not all in yet. Interesting. Bad flop for fives. He is pushing, but it's a bad flop. A lot of counterfeit opportunities. Ace, king, jack. Fives not in a strong position with three big cards on the board. But Martin does have to hit something. Another big card, so any 8, jack, 9, ace or king, and he will double up. And he does not. He's out. The fives hold. We lose our local Slovakian player, Martin Bartosz. Played very well, but was struggling with a short stack.
Especially 15 blanks, tak? Too much out. Yeah. Good pairs, you are in trouble.
I wanted to say like call and I forget it to say it, just like push it.
Now down to 6 players here at the Spanish Poker Festival main event, Banco Casino. The last big festival of 2023. Gordillo, very solid so far. Has a proper hand. Ace Jack suited, will raise. I think he's earned the respect of this table. You are not going to get too many plays back at him without a proper hand. Even a 9-6 suited. Jose will certainly give him respect. Picks up a pot. Unless we see something spectacular here from our Cypriot friend. 10-6 suited. Bit of a bad shape. Jose looking to use his stack again, raising with Jack-6. However, one of our short stacked has Ace-9 and is pushing all in. This will get through. Even Gordillo with an Ace-4 will have to respect this raise. Wants a count. I don't think he will call once he gets a count though. And we know Jose will be folding. Good fold and fold. So nice pot there for our Cypriot player, Michaelis Konstantinou, and keeps him in the game.
We don't have four this time.
Jose is unrelenting in his aggressive play, raising with such a wide range. He's had to fold about 3 or 4 times when a shorter stack has pushed all in with a clearly better hand, but he's also got quite a lot of raises through. He's up to 13 million, so it is working overall as a strategy. And gets that one through. This time a much prettier hand of Jack-9 suited to raise with. Is he going to come up against any opposition this time? Certainly not from Senor Gordillo. But it looks like Cypriot Michaelis is... We don't know his hand at the moment, but he's certainly working out how to play it. In the end, he folds. The table is aware that Jose is raising far more than any other player, but still need to have a hand to call or to play back. And this is that hand. Pro tens. Only got 10 big blinds. Blinds are 200, 400, and he has 4.1 million. There's only one play here. All in, and he gets an immediate fold. Well played, sir. Athanasios considering his options on the small blind. They both have the same hand, 7-6, one suited. And they both hit a gut shot. This will come down to who plays the hand best, simple as that. Position very important here. Not a good card for either player. Looks like Serbian Christian is going to take a stab at this. Might well get it through. It's a small bet. It's alright making the move with 7-6. Very, very hard to call on this board with 7-6. They're just not beating anything. Ace high is winning, queen high is winning. But you can do this, which is raise. Lovely play. Excellent play by our Greek friend. He smelt weakness and pounced. So, yep, you can't call, but you can certainly raise as though you have it. And that's really, really good poker. Very good. Problem for all these players now is that most of them have only got shoving stacks with the blinds so high. So ace 10 is shoved. I could see the call here with ace 10, but another player behind him. He knows that seat 1 and has been fairly solid, so decides against calling. Has Jose got any kind of hand to defend with? He does not. So well done to our Austrian player, Nicholas Kovac. Everyone disappeared and then they're back. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's closest. If we go to hit up, we go. Too tough for me to go. But ace jack has to go like ace 10 stuff, of course.
And the closing jackpot tournament is already running.
We're going to see plenty more all-ins in the next hour. It's more about whether someone feels strong enough to call an all-in bet. That's always the tricky part of poker when blinds are so high and ICM comes into play and you are looking at serious laddering. Nikolai considering raising with a pair of twos and decides against it. Ace 9 offsuit on the button, six-handed, fairly strong. Going to see a raise come in. It's like min raise to 800. Jose looking down and seeing a pair of sevens. The way he's played, I think this will be a push. I think he will go all in with the sevens. Put maximum pressure on the ace 9, which of course will have to fold because it could be up against a bigger ace. Yep, there we go, all in. Takes down a very nice pot.
Primera vez que hemos puesto las fichas en el centro. No, I have 30. You? 30. ¿Quién ha metido a mí? Yo. ¿Y contra quién? ¿Contra él? La primera vez, ¿no? Que metió la ficha hacia adentro. Una salida, ¿no? Ja, ja, ik snap het. Of course. Ik bedoel de same. Dat is close as 5.
Peťke.
Maybe I'm working on the next hunt. Yeah, I hunt. How it should go, I guess. Probably I'm gonna get a...
To push is always easier than to fight.
Yeah, definitely.
But you're a good player, you know. I don't have to explain.
No, 7.
Jedna pas.
Interesting spot here on the small blind with 6-3 suited. Very tempting to raise or shove with it. He only has 8 big blinds, so he's shoving. Now, will Mr. Gordillo be able to call? I don't think so. Oh my God. What is going on here? So he is... Oh, okay. We had a call, and now Gordillo is pushing with the 9-2. And he's actually ahead. This is amazing. Amazing play. Well played. I mean, he picked up something, spotted some weakness, and absolutely pounced. Very, very strong play there.
Good?
I don't think anyone wants to take this bull, this Spanish bull, on, because he is playing very tough poker.
2 point something after 2 hunts, 5 minutes.
Nice.
Call it 2.5. Round. El Slam jugaba con 9-2. Slam jugaba con 9-2.
Ace-9 offsuit in the hijack, but with such few players on the table, it's a pretty strong hand. Looks like he's leveled up $1 million. Yep. All blind. Round to our Austrian friend in the big blind, who cannot call. Ace-9 raise gets through.
هذاك فلاش وراه
Pretty looking ace jack offsuit on the button. It goes in. Fold and the big blind. Well, as a decision. King jack. It's a decision. Shows it. Well, Nicholas show his ace jack. I'll show you one. Show you one. It's a jack. Make of that what you will. I love the showing one. Just creates uncertainty in the other players' minds. Did he have jacks? Did he have queen jack and was losing? Same hand king jack or ace jack, which is what he had. So I do like that. Give some information, but make it highly irrelevant and difficult to actually piece together. Very good. This hand on the line, king 10 suited on the button. It is a raising hand, but two quite strong players to get through. I think we'll still see a raise, and then he'll have to reassess depending on what response he gets. So still with king 10. Okay.
Another player will be ready twice. You folded ace 10. You folded ace 10. You folded before, now you fold king jack. Usually all the players that was dominating. Okay, nice, very good. Very nice.
είναι πολύ short.
If it's 25 plays, I will call.
Ladies and gentlemen, dealers and players, please stand your own and raise your blinds. 1.4,000, big blind 8,000, and big blind 8,000. That's 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 for the closing jackpot. Po skončení práve prebiehajúcej ruky zvýšte svoje blindy na level číslo 15. Malý blind 4,000, veľký blind 8,000 a big blind na 8,000.
Dajte víc, no.
Si lo van a ver en todo el rato, hijo. Ahora es un descanso, lo van a ver todas. Y le van a ir todos los amigos aquí diciendo sobre todo. Pero vamos, que es demasiado gracioso, me enseñan 4 y yo tengo varias de 4, entonces me enseñan otro 4.
35 minutos.
¿Sabes? No te preocupes. Si mi juego no lo cogen, es muy difícil cogerlo.
Ah. Echt, ne?
Se ganó la buena marca aquí, ese que había gustado el séptimo, se ganó aquí la buena marca, por centro de iba con la esta de Balmani,
A7 suited in the hijack. I think we'll see a raise.
How much?
Just checking the blind situation. 200, 400. Okay, everyone wants to see his big chips at the front. Fair enough. He's accepting that. And there's the raise. Looks like about 800, I think. There's a min raise. But with the blinds so large, it's still quite a big raise. Now is Senor Cordillo, King 9. Will he want to see a flop with this? He does not. Very disciplined fold.
Δύο φορές την πρώτη δεν την κάνω.
No saco de 7, En el 7 estoy, todo el rato 7, 7. 7 pico. He estado casi 9. Y no entra carta y se baja. Bueno, vea cómo aguantan, chorro. No, no, ya, es 7 y el otro, el único que tiene algo más es el de la derecha.
Another raise here by Athanasios. This time with King Jack suited. He's under the gun though. And he's getting a call. We're going to see a flop finally with a bit of action. Hasn't happened for a while. Most raises have gone through. Or are we? Fantastic spot and the right hand to squeeze with for sure. I think we will see an all-in here. It's the right play. A lot of value in the pot. 2.6 million. And we know he's very unlikely to be called. He knows what he's doing. It's either going to be a big raise or an all-in. It does almost amount to the same thing. Anyone else got a big hand? How about you, small blind? No? Okay. So we're down to our 3 in the middle. Very difficult spot for both players, to be honest. Athanasios, the original raiser, has got to feel his King Jack is redundant now. I mean, we know it isn't, but the Ace Queen rather than the Ace King. And then 8s. Well, if he does call 8s, he's going to get a good price to call as well. But he doesn't. Oh, we're seeing the nodding head of the dog in the back seat. I don't know why he continues to show 8s like look I can fold. It's not a good play. It just encourages Jose to 3-bet more. It's not the best strategy, my friend. Now keep your cards face down.
Han eliminado a Paco. ¿Quién? Sí, me han pagado, cabrón. No paga nadie, ¿no? 12, 14, ¿no? 14, 18, 15, 16, 17. No llega a jugar. Oh, 9 contra 7, 8, chavales. Es corto. No tiene cabrón.
Something's happening here. Unfortunately, my screen froze, and I think it did for you too. We've got 9s against 7-8 suited. Pretty massive domination. So I think we're going to see the 7-8 suited all in go out, and he even hit a 7. So we lose our 6th place finisher. That is Michaelis Constantinou from Cyprus. But he doesn't go home empty-handed. He goes home with 9,680 euros, so nearly 10k, and we are down to 5 players. But look at those blinds: 12, 16, 22, 26, 42. There's not a massive play. If you raise here with 2 big blinds, 2.5, you're almost committed if you're one of the short stacks. So I think the strategy will be most players will just shove if they have a hand they feel is the right kind of hand to play, kind of ace 10 suited and above, or a medium's a big pair. I think that's what we will see. So it may not be the most creative poker in the world over the next hour or so until we have our champion crowned.
Yeah. On Spanish we will tell puta madre. I know, I have aces, look.
Aces?
Yeah, ace. You see?
Suited aces.
I don't know.
Free.
No, you don't need to come back. Go. No, it has space. I must give it?
Claudio tempted by the 7-8 suited, which we know Jose and maybe one other player would have played, but he really is playing solid poker. And we have an all-in with the ace-5. He's got 12 big blinds. Is our chip leader going to make up with a pot? Sorry, with a hand? No, he is not. Just finally down to the big blind. May want to call, but in this case, no. So picks up a pot, and the fight goes on. King 6 on the small blind. He's playing Jack 6. Cool. Jordillo needs to hit a jack, but instead our chip leader, or sorry, second in chips, has hit top pair, and we'll bet it accordingly. 5 players left, playing for a 60,000 first place win. Haven't really had a matchup between a proper raising hand and a proper calling hand until the last kind of heads up side. Ace 4 now, ace on the button. Jose not afraid to raise with these kind of hands. He's raised with a much worse range of hands so far. Again, pushing with it, putting maximum pressure on. Good play. got an ace, we'll shove. There's a banner for the Banco Casino Masters, 250,000 guaranteed for only €170 buy-in. That's coming up in February, beginning of February. So always a good week, great numbers, and an enormous amount of value. Queen 10 suited in early position. It's a nice hand, but not if you're re-raised. Christian making a play here to 1 million. Jose folds. By his body language, El Senor is looking interested. Looks like he's shoving. Ace King, fantastic. And I think Queen 10 will have to fold. Nice pick up with the Ace Queen. Sorry, Ace King. Queen 10 really under it there. Had to hit. And even if he hit, it would make some kind of equity for El Senor. Gordillo. Ignace Francisco Ares. I think Ignace is short for Ignacio, but we will call him Gordillo, so it's a nice name. Right, 5 left. Next player out will receive €13,000. A good day's work, I would say, but of course they've all got their eyes on the 60,000 top prize. King Jack suited raising.
I was big blind.
Escucho todo detrás, yo no sé si están hablando, pero escucho todo detrás. ¿Break? No, la suite de Ana. Esa era la suite de Ana. ¿Cuánto ha sido? Ha sido bet, 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 ¿no? KOR, bet, bet. ¿Qué tenía? ¿Tenía algo?
Dama 6 suites. Dama 6 suites.
Aire, ¿no? Aire comprimido.
Este está fatal, le acerco. No, I don't think so. I have to
¿Qué tenía el otro?
I think I folded.
Sabía que iba por delante.
Been blind so high, any ace is very, very tempting. In this case, he resists. 10-8 offsuit, folds, round to the button. He has 6.2 million, so 15 big blinds, making a small raise to 850, I think, maybe 9. Now, big chip leader, 21 million. Yep, lovely bet, all in, puts the pressure right back. Now a real decision for Gordillo. Gordillo with jacks. He has to call this if he wants to win the tournament. This is a decision to win or just to ladder up. Tells you what kind of player someone is. It's a tough spot. I was playing last night and folded queens to a 4-bet. It turns out he had jacks, but overall, it was the right strategic choice at that time. Went on to win it. So always tough spot to be in, and this is really tough for George. Yes, he's called fantastic. So got to hit a king, otherwise Giordino will double up and will be a big chip leader. Fairly unlucky for Jose for someone to have a premium hand behind him, but all he needs to do is spike a king. Not yet. Jack's holding against King Jack. And they do indeed hold. Big double up for Gordillo to 15 million. He is now equal in chips with Jose, and for the first time is ahead in this final table. And I think we're going to a break, or either at that or everyone's talking to their advisors, their consiglieres, as to their best strategy. Wouldn't surprise me if they do talk a deal at this point. It could be smoothed out with still some to play. Sometimes 5-6-handed deals are actually pretty good in terms of ICM calculations. Well worth looking at least.
Ο Βαντέρος να έβγαλε επιτέλους μάλλον. Ήταν 1.400 ήταν. Jose with Queen Jack suited, he'll certainly be raising here. Losing that big hand will not change the way he plays his final table. He has played to win from minute one and has been the most impressive player on the table for sure. Oh wow, Nicholas has him absolutely crushed with King 10 of the same suit. Doesn't, yep, lovely. Doesn't want to end up fifth, but is pushing and takes down the pot. Excellent. He's been very good at selecting his spots to make pushes, and deserves to finish higher than fifth if that is possible. And I'm sure at some point they will discuss a deal, because You're saying he got away with that, but I disagree. I think the 5-4 suited is a very playable hand against a big pair. If you hit it big, the big pair will call you all the way, and you can make a very big pot. And if it comes 3 high cards, you just fold.
Τώρα φτάσαμε όλοι στα ίδια.
Ne invece altro, sinceramente. Claro, porque pienso que voy a estar robando moneda. Yo, ¿tú estás? ¿Sabes? Como diciendo, no quiero que me pague nadie. Atrás tiene ficha atrás.
Το πουλί ο τέρμα παίζει να δεχτεί.
Tiene ficha atrás, ¿no? Tiene un triángulo.
Yeah, I make like this.
Sí, por please.
Okay, you see better. You are right. Like this is good?
Good. Sure. Come on.
Τώρα 5 άτομα, 30 κάτω ο καθένας. Deal. Περίπου. Μαλάκας.
Osem pas. Jedna pas.
Ya, eso. Θα ξεκινήσω την κουβέντα από τον πλανό μου, που τον είδα ψημένο.
Flush draw picked up here on the small blind by Christian, and takes down the pot with a bet.
Την κάνω την απόπερα γιατί τη χάνω. Απλά δείχνω δυναμία μου.
Está muy igualado, ahí tiene 7 y pico.
Tipo εκεί με 4,
5 y pico.
Αμυμένο. Ίδιο στάκα έχω με το πουλί δίπλα. Με το πουλί δίπλα ίδιο στάκα. Τι είχε?
Tens under the gun. Only way of playing it with the blinds so big is to shove. He's got 14 big blinds. Just eking it out before he puts those chips in. Anyone going to wake up with a big hand? Well, it's not you, mate, so just fold and stop wasting time for everyone. I'm not quite sure what he's doing. Any big hands about? Not so far. Got to let other people win some pots some of the time. The peripheral people. No, oh, understand that.
if we want to talk a deal, I would listen.
Počkaj.
So, do you want to see numbers for a deal? Are you interested for a deal? Maybe to see numbers?
No entiendo qué dice. ¿Qué dice?
Are you interested to see numbers for deal?
For deal?
Yeah. Or not, or we play.
Because
If
we have
everyone will play.
7 million, we have almost the same as 12, 16. It's just a suggestion.
Just to see the numbers.
Mira, podemos mirarlo a ver cómo es. Primero los números.
Sí,
To check and
Just check the numbers and then we can say, okay, good, no.
Miska, can we do it?
No?
We cannot?
Yes,
We
of
can,
course
yeah.
we can. It's our money.
So you all agree?
Yeah. You do or you wanna play?
He doesn't agree.
Oh, you don't?
My friend, solo mira. No,
Okay, just to see.
Just to see the
the
numbers. Just to see the numbers and then you say what you want. And if you say you want more, then you say what you want, and then we start to discuss. Maybe it's possible. If not, then we play.
Es para saber, man.
Yeah, para saber.
Just.
You know.
Sí, pues mira.
example, 35 and we play for 15.
Players only, please.
Yes.
Alguien que sepa español, por favor. O digo inglés. Español a ver.
Welcome back, everyone. From the break, I can tell you that they played a hand. I think there was one hand after the break and couldn't agree a deal, but in fact have agreed a deal, a 5-handed deal.
This is the actual prize pool.
Now, the rules at Casino Banco are that you have to keep 10% of whatever is left to play for. So there was around about 150,000 euros between the 5 of them. They have done an ICM deal, and that leaves 15,210 to play for, which they will continue to play.
Yeah, sure. For you, good?
We're gonna just continue and have a
For
break
us, three,
after.
we would say
We play for 15k.
And for 15k, for this 15k, we have to pay.
Big blind entry 16,000 dealers. Deal one hand, please.
If you don't want, you say no, it's up to you.
You have for sure like the second place, and you can win 15k more. This is like second.
All our
This
is second.
This is like this one.
So basically, if this deal is agreed, which I do understand it has been, we will have 23, 24,000. So 3 players, 3 slightly shorter stacks will get 23,000 guaranteed. Ivan in seat 8, who I have referred to as Jose the whole time. Didn't realise it was Ivan, but there you go. They have 4 names. So Ivan in seat 8 will be guaranteed second place money, 30,610. And Francisco, Mr. Gordilla, will get first place, 34,800. So these are guarantees, and they will still play for the 15. So it's quite possible to one person to get 50,000.
My friend.
That is like, if you take 1,000.
So Mr. Jose, or Ivan as he's apparently called, would get 30,000, with the potential of winning another 15.
I don't give euro more, guys. I don't give a euro. No.
I'm still discussing, but
My friend. You?
Okay, then we can play. Only ICM I accept. Only ICM.
No, this is ICM, guys.
This is ICM.
Is this ICM?
Only this. If you don't want, we can play.
But we play anyway for this.
5, 3. Escúchame.
Yeah.
One moment. Tranquilo, one moment. Please, relax. Dile que el quinto se lleva 13.000. Que se está llevando 20.000 el quinto ahora mismo. Se está...
This is Capitano.
Capitano, okay.
Sí, Capitano.
Then Capitano has
Que se está
to
llevando
translate.
7.000 euros más el quinto, no, y eso, que menos que si ven que quiten. No, es que este chaval tiene más fichas.
looks like Ivan needs Jose's agreement. Sorry, not Ivan. Francisco needs Ivan, who I have been calling Jose, needs his agreement.
Like this. Can we make it like this? Look.
20, 40, y ellos...
Guys. I don't give a euro extra from ICM. If he wants more, we play and we finish it now. Just, can you translate this? So we don't lose time. I don't give 1 euro extra.
Everything is taxed. If you lose one all in, then you are the last.
If you lose all in, I have 16k.
Pero yo puedo pedir dinero si quieres.
Everything is in one.
No te lo van a dar. Bueno, pero es que se está llevando... ¿Qué quiere? ¿Quién quiere? El 5... El 5 puede perder. Dile que puede perder o 3.000 contándome a mí, o puede perder 10.000. Si no me lo da.
Luego hay 15 por fuera.
Sí, pero hermano, que 15. No, pero 15, hermano. Pero esos 15 se juegan. Ah, está, ¿no? Play. ¿Cómo? 33. 23. No, imposible. No, esto es imposible. 20, ok. 20,
we
okay.
play, no deal.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
We
No,
go
come on.
with then we play one double up and
I should ask more.
Hey, the 20, the 1, 3, at 20, 8, 7.
yeah, but the fourth is 17. So if one is busting, I get okay. Anyway, let's
Hey,
play.
I know. It's all good. All good.
We play.
tengo doble de tu stack, Shura. Doble.
Then if I double once, then I have yours chip. Big blind 5 from the cage.
Okay, come on, venga, okay.
We play.
Okay.
Good.
Alright, gentlemen, so
As we can see from that very messy conversation, no deal was agreed, and they are going to play a hand. Let's see what happens after the hand.
big blind and the deal start, please. Good luck, guys.
Okay.
Buena suerte.
El que se está llevando 20, al final es el más sor, pero es que en uno link cambia todo. Hermano, que estaban tienen 12 de B, se está llevando 10.000 euros más. Está pidiendo 6.000 más, lo que yo te diría es que a lo mejor pidieses a los más sor 2.500 más para ganar lo que piden, lo que gana el segundo, ¿sabes? Pero 40 es mucho, quitarle 6K a los 3 es una robada. Bueno, pues díselo, si quieres. Pero no, ese es un segundo. No, pero es que no, sí. Mira, pues si a mí el segundo premio, vale, ¿cuánto me daba? ¿34? Sí, ok. Díselo.
So he's telling us
Yes.
if he gets the second prize,
Yes.
so
He gets 24.
The short star give the difference to get the 34,000 to 36,005.
Okay.
He's agreed.
Okay, so he wants
2,500
2 and a half more.
between the short star.
But
I
700.
don't give a euro extra, guys.
800.
I should ask more, to be honest. I should ask more. I have more experience than everyone, honestly. It's fair. It's fair to take the ICM.
Yeah,
If he doesn't,
I'm telling you because he doesn't know how to speak
if he
English.
doesn't want, no problem. We play.
Okay, so you don't
So
want
he's
to
his-
give.
No, I don't give a euro extra.
Okay.
That's why you're telling
Do you want to give?
Bueno, ¿qué quieres? ¿Qué quieres? ¿Los números de eso?
Let's play. Let's.
¿Cuánto? ¿34 me he llevado yo?
That is two. Can
You
I
quieres, a ver, one moment.
Pass the clock.
Can you pause the clock, please?
34.
We are not finished.
My friend, one moment. You ICM? You ICM?
ICM.
You ICM? You ICM? You ICM? Okay.
you have cards.
Okay, ICM.
Finish the hand.
Okay.
And I save it, okay? Then everybody falls to the same. Everybody falls.
Nice Croatian friend, please. You can't do this. You are in the hand. You can't influence the other players. In
Sorry,
the hand.
because I'm the strongest.
Nie, oni
Pero hay que jugar, ¿no?
się zachodził teraz. 3-4-5, ano.
Good to fold you. Watch.
No, I have better defend than you.
Better than this?
Yeah, King 10 of hearts.
Come on. Okay, I think now.
Tak, teraz to idzie zasy do ładowania. To ja nie wiem. Tak, nie wiem, że stopny król zasy, a zasy nie wiem. O, nie wiem jak to tu...
No, everybody falls. Now, Gracias.
De nada. Okay, guys, I wish you the best of luck.
You know how they said after this making them, let the Christian win. My name is
So, once again, congratulations for
Thank you,
making
Jesus. Thank you, Papa.
De nada.
23
Señor.
No, señor? No. Señor.
De nada, Paco.
250, 500 and...
Esta noche lo queda tuyo, ¿eh? You know? ¿Cuánto te llevas tú?
250?
Yo 30. Like a 30 place, we lock.
Yeah.
Perfect, no? We play for 15.
After this hand is like cutting the...
Yeah, 30 minutes, 30 minutes level.
30 minutes. After deal, they're cutting the blinds. For 30, so we play 30 minutes, not
30
60.
minutes long. Yeah. I think they will cut the blind. That will be
No,
better.
no,
That will be better.
So everybody folds? See what happens.
Ya, ya, ya.
Ha quedado segundo ya sin
Ya.
Si lo ganas, has quedado primero menos 10.
Samo mogu popiti još 3 Red Bulla. A? Prema ICM, on uzima 34, 30, 24, 23, 22. I igramo za 15.000 eura.
Ya, después tu turno. Pero así tengo 32, bebé. ¿Ya? Ya.
Šta, ili nije tako?
Dani, si gano me meten en el equipo de Inter. ¿Eh? ¿Vamos a hacer un pacto tú y yo? Te va a convenir, ¿eh? Te lo digo. No, tú te ríes.
Y tirándoselas de que era el que más tenía en vivo, ¿eh?
No, sí será verdad, pero...
Sí, a ver, seguramente habrá jugado mucho.
¿Quién?
Sí, lo que ha dicho, o sea, antes lo que ha dicho que no te iba a dar nada porque creía que era el más experimentado.
¿Él? El más Thai será, ¿no? Después de mí.
So I do believe in the end that Francisco agreed a deal where he takes the majority under ICM split. And now they are playing for the remaining 15,000. So play should be fairly swift. We'll see. So they've already agreed a deal on the main money rollout, like I said earlier, between 23,000 and 35,000. So Francisco in seat 8 getting the majority. Ivan, or Jose as I've called him, in seat 4. Second money. Christian next to him in the hoodie, 24,000. And then the other two, Nicholas and Athanasios, getting 23,500 each.
Start to counting and I know that you push for me.
You are good.
Huh?
Oh, you have lead on me, man. So I have to win. It's 6-6.
Always when he counting.
Okay, you are good, man.
Always nice.
You are good.
We will see quite a lot of all-ins at this stage. It's whether or not we see calls.
6.7.
So Jose or
And I have premium.
Ivan folding his ace-5.
Whoa, premium.
Premium.
Premium. Francais? Francais?
No, Austria. Austria.
Very good.
Sehr gut, ja.
Very good.
Un millón, loco. ¿Qué es un millón? Lo que me pasa. Que en verdad no son 32, son 16 vueltas. ¿Sabes? Porque cada vuelta, ¿eh?
Una locura, sí, por eso.
Nada más que en esta ronda, a este nivel, como alguien tenga suerte.
Gol.
Teďka bet 500 000, 8,5.
Pues tenía también que cambiar el avión. No lo tenía ya para el martes.
Que vaya, lo tenía para el domingo. Yo pensaba que el día 12 jugaba
Hostia, no jodas.
Sí, tío.
Ya lo cambiaste el martes, ¿no?
No, no cambió nada. Lo he perdido.
No, lo perdiste.
Lo he perdido, lo tengo que buscar uno. Porque ya no saco vuelo hasta que no sepa cuándo me venir, ¿sabes? Lo saco al momento y ya está. Me tengo que quedar un día más, me quedo un día más. ¿Qué hacer? Pero nada más que pueda me voy. Chile 14 non mi succederà, Gosh.
Guarda che io metto la temporada. Questo è una capire del 12, capire del 12, altro cospetto pronto non lo deve.
1.5.
Porca miseria, un pezzo.
Ray's under the gun with ace-5 offsuit. Chip leader folds. I'm pretty sure that Nikolaus will not be folding his tens. He's just going to play it out a bit though.
Now again all in, if you're counting.
Maybe. Let me count.
Come on.
Now they're all open and friendly. They've got 23,000 plus in the bank, and he does go all in, as expected.
No. But you are the strongest. You are the stronger.
And
That you are the stronger.
Christian folds his ace, as expected.
Yeah?
Jammerna.
Tens.
Şimdi kapat. Jammerna, nej.
Watch your friend in the stream, he will see. What should I do with tens?
No, it's nice.
Ace 10 here for Jose or Ivan, depending on your whatever it's called. Call with a 10-9. Going to a flop. Ace 10 against 10-9. Neither player has hit, but I'm sure Ivan will follow through. Check. It's a fairly kind of low-key bet. I don't think Ace 10 is going anywhere on that one. Ace looking to play here. 3 diamonds and a queen against the Ace 10 there. He does have the nut flush ace, which may help his decision in that he knows that he isn't up against the nut flush. Very nice play here. Christian from Croatia putting maximum pressure on to our Spanish player Ivan Jose Maestre. Does he believe him, or does he feel he's just bluffing? Quite a few hands are made. Diamonds, over pair. Wow, what a call. What a call. It wasn't all in, it was just one stack of the hundreds, but great call there. Really, really good call. Fantastic poker. And now a very, very much short stack hoodie boy there. You can see he's down to 4 big blinds, Christian, but he does have 23,500 euros K locked up. 10 big blinds with our Greek player in seat 2, Athanasios, and then slightly different stacks. So we are going to lose a player pretty soon. King 10 suited. There's no laddering to go. It's just all about the 15k final prize. If, for instance, if there are 2 of them left, they could still do a deal between that 15k.
That was mistake. Maybe unlucky now.
King 10 has pushed all in. And Ace 7 are short stack at risk. Folds. Some of the future tournaments coming up on our screens. The Scandinavian Open, always a fun event, lots of mixed games around. Coming straight on after the new year, 8th of January to the 15th. €185 buy-in for a 250,000 guaranteed. Fantastic value, yet again, at Banco Casino. He does like a King 10 suited. Same hand twice in a row. I think exactly the same hand. I think the other one was King 10 of hearts as well. Decided to fold the ace-2 there. Ace-7 against 3-4. Gut shot now for the 3-4. And his opposition has shown weakness by not betting that flop. Let's see if he is believed.
Dealers, if you got 2 or more players physically present at your table, prepare your deck, please.
Mr. Senor Gordillo. Looks like he's looking to call the million, 1.1.
And the closing jackpot will continue.
Yeah, he's calling.
20, small blind 10,000, big blind
Doesn't believe the bet, and he's quite right not to.
Dealers,
Doesn't want to see a 5. That's a good card. He's now got the ace. Pretty sure he'll feel he's ahead. What kind of pressure is he going to be under, though, to make this call, if any? May just be a check. Immediate call and immediate fold. And our chip leader has increased his stack. Raises to 1 million, but the ship leader has pushed all in. Has only played big hands, and this time he has a pair of 9s. Will not be a good call with a king 8, and he knows it. Ship leader increases his stack yet again. 2 or 3 players at risk at this point. 1 player especially. Seek 3. Here comes the deal. 5 players left, all playing for the remaining 15,000 euros. They have 23,000 locked up, going up to 35,000 for our chip leader on the right. Mr. Francisco Iñak Ares Gordillo. Nikolai getting a count. And getting up through because he's up against a very pretty 8-7 suited, but not necessarily one to call. tournament on, or the 15k difference.
And I'm goodbye.
Looks like Nikolai is playing a good final table once everyone is free to play. Nikolaus, Austrian in seat 1.
It will be a nice sleep with 24k.
However, he's a long way behind our chip leader in seat 8.
I will not even look, bro. Ace is here. Ace. Nine.
Looks like we have an all-in with ace-9 against ace-9 suited. Could well be a split pot.
Ace 9, set say ace 9. Off. Oh, free roll
for you.
Diamonds. I have a straight. I mean. Fucking shit.
Both hitting the Broadway split pot.
Somebody bring me McDonald's. That's it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I want to say, I hope that we have 7.5.
That's crazy.
But it was crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
One and a half year ago, similar to the
Okay.
we made under the 10.
It makes sense.
Yeah, of course. 100. But if it's small.
If you give me like 10 more K, I will get up and go home.
Ah, no,
Huh?
come on.
15.
Like 2.
100 more.
100 more.
Awesome pass.
Awesome.
You will sleep like a baby tonight.
Jedna pass. Nie attività. 3 pass. Non è la pari. 4 pass. Not even 10-9.
It's good. 7 pass. You know that song, staying alive,
Still waiting for two big hands to have a clash. Did have one earlier with the 10s against, I think it was ace-jack, and the 10s held. But needed another battle royale. Interesting position, the ace-2 suited has all options available. Only has 22 big blinds though, so although he has more chips than 2 at the table, he's still fairly short sides against it. We've got a Vamos announced with a pair of 6s. We have a potential battle here with 10s and 6s. He's certainly going to call. All in announced. Wow. Gordillo with queens. We got queens against 10s against 6s. Gordillo should take this down unless
No ICM,
one
no
of the other two
ICM.
spike a 6 or a 10. Wow. It's a big hand. 5-handed queens, massive.
Έχω κούπες. Σωστή παρατήρηση. Ρόκι, άμα βγάλει κούπες θα σε γαμίσω. Σοβαλέρι.
As König Bube.
Que te vale la dama, cuidado.
10 queen. 10 queen.
Possible outs for the queens and the tens. Queen's still holding. And now the tens cannot hit a queen. Wow, but it can hit a full house. Wow, wow, wow.
Again, guys.
Der macht Full House.
Wow, wow. So the short stack has trebled up and massive pot there. Only a 10 to hit. No other card.
GG, guys.
And that has created a full house.
I live here. Last time.
Wow. What a hand.
Oh, good. Okay, so we will see anyway.
I have aces, but I folded.
Good fold.
No, to take third place.
And you see, this can happen.
No.
If he makes no deal, this happen, then he gets fourth. So believe me, it was a good deal.
But if you're scared of me, I can take like 5,000 at least. You are a big blind. Yes.
Uno parte conmigo, como te eso, que nada,
Because if it's everybody else, that will be the big blind. That's what it I can like protect your 6 for 5,000 euros.
El primero que sacan el pro tiene riesgo. Ay, Dios mío, mi hermano. Puto River, tío. Se ve el puto bien, en serio, tío. ¿Qué pasa?
How much? But I think I have to call anyway. 1
Fine,
million or how
¿Está
much?
preguntando qué en serio?
1,375,000. Jedna call. Showdown.
Yeah, I'm live.
Oh,
I'm live. 4-5 gegen 7-9. 4-5 gegen 7-9. Ich 4-5, ja. Wer geht mit 3 dB so hoch, das bezahlen? Nicht einmal 3 dB.
27-4.
Flop trifft er den 9er. Schon vorbei.
now give king and queen and everything. Everybody happy.
Si llegamos los dos solo,
Oh, yeah. 7 or
Llegamos
queen
solo.
is good.
si llegamos los dos solo a ceja.
Nice.
¿Te quedas tú con 10 me callo con 5?
Now you are a little bit more scared from me. Do you want to share money?
Y nos llevamos el mismo dinero los dos. Nos llevamos el mismo dinero. 40-40.
Pero déjame consultar, ¿sabes?
Chip leader.
¿Alguien tiene que consultar?
Ich bin mit einer Million gegen 500. 500 Bitcoin, dann geht mit 1,3 All-In. Mit allen bezahlen. Ich hol's mir gleich zurück.
Bueno, no puede pasar nada. Muerde. Que rema.
All in.
Jedna pas, 4 race all in.
König, jetzt trifft er. Good game, man.
Nice, good luck, guys. Ciao.
Áno, 300, 600. Pol hodinu asi. OK, sám big blind, ja? Jo, 23 y pico.
Cago en la puta, tío. Vaya 10, tío. Mamma mía, colega.
Vaya 10, tenían que tirar el as al tour, porque el 10 tampoco valía, si no.
¿Eh?
Si no llegan a tirar el as al tour, el 10 no vale al river.
Ya.
No vale a ti. O sea, tenía que ser doblar a carta y 10.
Joder, macho, qué pasada, loco. Qué pasada. 8 pas. OK.
Entonces no le vaya a
There is one behind just or?
Ha doblado el as. Bien, tira,
Bien,
tira,
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 tira.
Ich komme nie mehr auf die 15 BG. Nur 15. Bitte? Ja, genau.
Qué pasada, vamos. Jedna pas. Dos, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11... Cierra. Ahora tengo puesto 12.000 y pico. Pedro is all in. Pedro is 1.200.000. Oni 8 raise all in. Jedna no. Osam pas. Jedna rejzowa.
How much?
8,575.
Call?
Showdown.
Ass 8 und der König Dame in der Pik. Muss callen. Good call.
No, si quieres no tirar la cucaña.
Yeah, you have to, you're sure. You're free-handed, it's nuts hand.
Cántalo ahí, hombre.
495.
594.
Vale backdooreta.
Bandoleta.
No se abre backdooreta.
No. King of the River, 100%.
No. No, Raya, ace.
Ace-8 holding there for a nice double up for Nicholas versus our chip leader. Three-handed, both pretty strong hands.
Nice hand. And you have to call. It's no discount.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
¿Es ok o qué?
13.
Contra 7.
Still a big amount to play for, 15,000 euros. These three players focused on getting it. Nicholas was right, one double up, and I'm same as you, and he has done that.
Yo tengo 16 y tú. Big Bang 17. No, no está ya, hay unos 5 cada uno. Big Bang 3. 5 cada uno está muy bien.
Sí, pero lo que pasa es que los cobre.
Yo me lo cobro yo, hermano. Yo te lo voy a dar 100% a ti,
No, si no lo digo por eso, digo por el tema de los impuestos, ¿sabes?
Pero, Dani, ven. Yo puedo cambiarme de nombre. Ven. Sí, ¿te ha entrado o no? ¿Qué? ¿Mi amiga la rubia qué? ¿Mi amiga la rubia qué? ¿Y tú nos has preguntado que se puede?
Sí, claro, se puede seguro.
Fred, ¿tú quieres hacerlo o no quieres hacerlo?
Wahrscheinlich, ja.
Hablarlo con él, ¿sabes? Y jugamos el trofeo, chuparla.
Zahodilo 5 milionów sam. Háblalo por hablar, sí.
¿Ok? My friend, 555.
Yes.
Vamos en paz. No, posible. ¿Tú quieres hacerlo o no?
Sí, pero es que la cosa es que no nos van a dejar para hablar.
Vale. 555. Pero...
Okay, yes.
¿Tú quieres o no?
Looks like we are coming to the end of this marathon.
How much do we have?
Final day. Still dealing, of course, even though they are talking about splitting the 15k three ways.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know how to say in English.
Sir. Okay.
Espérate, es que no es tan fácil, coño.
Puta madre, parió,
So I
tanto rápido.
Me dice acá el soporte, dice 4 Piensa, piensa, venga, piensa. Levántate, yo te ayudo a pensar.
Fairly even stacks, I think.
Sir? Let's get big blind. I don't know. The blind is with the frustration.
Although the money may be split, there's still the trophy itself as to who would win that.
Sir, que se puede cambiar el nombre.
Me da igual, que yo no quiero hacer eso, ¿sabes?
Pero que no, lo hago yo, el que sí gano yo está.
Ya, pero si lo gano yo.
¿Qué va a ganar? ¿Cómo va a ganar tú si tú fordeas? ¿Qué te si tú fordeas?
No, pero así no quiero terminar el torneo tampoco, ¿sabes? Porque también hay trofeos.
Ok, jugamos.
Dos en paz.
So yes or no?
No,
So?
ahora no.
Okay. No problem.
King Queen here for Senor Gordillo, looking to get an equal split of the rest of the money, but he's playing his King Queen three-handed, pretty strong. And the opposition here, Nicolas, no. Ivan or Jose, possibly with an ace. Oh, Jack 7, I'm sorry. Makes the call with Jack 7. Not sure the graphics is right there. I don't think Gordillo has 6.4 million. I think he has about 23. And a quick bet and a call. 2.6 million up.
Was? Das war geschrieben, was wir den Film gemacht haben? Oh mein Gott.
I was wrong, he does have 11 million. No wonder he was looking for an equal split deal. He didn't want to do the deal earlier, but now he wants an equal split. Sue's coming in to change up the smaller chips.
¿Cuánto te ha cambiado? ¿Te ha dado ya?
No.
Was? 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 Nicht? Hey, sag ich ab die neue. Das ist die neue Glückshose. Ab sofort die neue Glückshose. Ab sofort die neue Glückshose, ja? Oder du musst, wenn ich da sitze, wirst du noch nicht tun. Genau, du bist das Glück, du bist der Glücksbringer.
Ace 5 suited. with Jose or Ivan, depending on how well you know him. It's going to be raising. $1.2 million.
Iván, ¿cómo vais de estar? Iván, ¿cómo vais de estar?
Igual, una mano para adelante y una mano para atrás, como tú decías antes. Él tiene 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, yo tengo 14 y él tiene...
Almost the same stack.
17, 18.
Iguales todos, ¿no?
Iguales, man. Yo decía eso ya, hermano, y me quedan aquí ya con la hostia puta, tío, ni puta.
Up on our screen, some of the upcoming tournaments. The Winter Polish Cup in February, 400,000 guaranteed. Fantastic value at Banco Casino. Yet again. Let me have a quick look at that one.
Llevamos 5, tú te cobrarías 35, yo 39 y él. ¿Cuánto llevabas? 28. Y nos jugamos el trofeo.
So details not announced on that. Anything we know on that one is that the main event will be 250,000 guaranteed, and the whole festival will be 400,000 guaranteed. Here we go with Queen 9 calling, sorry, raising on the button. Looks like he is our equal chip leader.
Was jetzt kann lesen, jetzt habe ich über 30 GP, jetzt kann ich wieder lesen.
Ace 10 on the button. All in announced with a pair of sixes. Jack 3 will get out of the way. We may well get a call. So 14 million is the
14 million
total.
minus 25,000.
Aquí 12. 12 aquí.
13. 13,800.
Call is made. We have ace 10 against sixes. Nicolas is out of this one. We will have one big stack on this final end to the final table. 3 players left. There will be 2.5 after this.
Stimmt, no?
Just go looking confident there. Little wink to his supporters. Won't be winking if an ace or a 10 hits. There's the ace. I think that winking will stop. Only a 6. So he has gone in third. Although he did win most of the money when the ICM deal was done.
Good game. Okay.
Will you stop for you can sit down?
Yeah, I have to build to
Okay,
C3 and C7.
Okay.
C2 and 7.
30 na 350.
Víctor de Oro es un buen atento. Se tensea aquí.
How much do we have around?
I don't know.
32,
Ah, okay. 32 and I have 16.
350.
Yeah, 16, 550.
Okay, so
16,
16, if I double up one time, we change. Okay? 2 to 1. Yeah. You are 2 to 1.
A ja môžem? Takže trojka máš 16 miliónov 550. 3 a 6, áno.
So I think they are looking at discussing a deal for the last 15k. We are heads up for the championship. There's a trophy. Spanish Poker Festival, very nice. I think a deal has been done.
You would
I can
prefer
fly
whiskey?
to Spain with that.
I
think.
don't know.
I think I can.
Well, in Spain,
I don't.
they will charge you. Don't
If I win, I drink tonight.
You don't fly. You
That's
will.
good. You drink with your friends. That's okay.
I am sure you will drink. Or you. Somebody. Somebody. Shuffle. All right, gentlemen. So first of all, congratulations one more time.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I wish you both the best of luck. Let the best win. One will take today the
It's Fulante.
Fulante. Yes. The glory of the grand final of SPF for this year. So it's a big prestige.
We can see the split at the moment. Ivan 32 million, almost double Nikolaus, but as Nikolaus said, one double up and he's back in the game.
Okay.
Oh, there's a bottle of rum with the trophy as well. Oh, nice.
Jeszcze,
Al dama 6, al dama 6 y cartas. Pues que solo tiene dama 7 y a 6. Son los únicos juegos. Bueno, no, plan pelados. Yo por razón, a mí tenía mucho stack, tenía millón y medio. Tenía mucho stack. Eso puede ser que también me haya metido presión por eso igual.
Heads up here, final stages of the Spanish Poker Festival main event. Raise on the button and a call with 8-5. All fairly standard at the moment. Neither player is hit. Will the aggressor take this down? Nice hand here, heads up. King, queen of clubs. Just raising though. Against 10-9 of diamonds. Both good hands. Will one of them hit? Well, no. This could be a very, very long heads up, guys. A 9 is now hit, but there are 2 spades. Nicholas is going to bet it though. And king, queen of clubs is going to struggle to call. There's 3 spades there. It's not just a 9. It's also the potential flush that he has no redraw on. However, he's an aggressive player. We'll see what happens. He called and has hit his queen, but there's now 4 spades, even more dangerous. How is Nicholas going to play this? He has half the stack of Ivan. And he's going to continue to bet. I like this line, making a strong attempt to win a pot. 4 spades there. Will Ivan call off with just 1 pair? Tough spot for him. And he did have to fold. Good play there by Nicholas.
Este es tu año. Me voy a poner. Mi cambio físico.
King 10 on the button. Unfortunately, 9-2 cannot call.
Que me está cooperado, tío. Bien, bien. No, no, pero sé que va. Oye, tú, ¿y qué haces? ¿Estamos vosotros ahí en tu casa juntos? No, se ha ido el Pablo es DJ, a mejor amigo. Bueno, de vivirlo, ya tiene dinero otra vez, pues a vivirla, a disfrutarlo, claro. Más loco. No, me ha ido en la semana.
Mohl byś się blindić, ty już to
Pero no también. Sí, el 2 meses me dijo.
No more.
Tanta de poner con los tazos y empieza.
17
Lovely hand here on the button. Ace, queen offsuit, heads up. Premium hand.
Trojka call.
Caminando por la vida.
10-9 calling. Fairly standard. Neither player is hit. Also fairly standard.
Jeden milion.
The ace queen takes it down.
Alto también, después más y...
Milion 600.
Pero bueno, luego es, o sea, lo bueno que tiene es el puro grinder, ¿sabes? En plan, él tiene que ponerse 2 o 3 meses ahí, se pone. No, que va a torneo. ¿Era esto un torneo de 10?
16 million. You don't have behind? No, I okay, I put behind. Oh, okay, thank you.
No, pair of threes. Nicholas raises. I'm going to see a re-raise with a pair. Big hand, a pair. Heads up. All in. Announced. Does he want to go with Queen 7 suited? Probably not.
No, por eso, jodete y tú, pues sí, esto, ¿no? Claro, le ha vendido 12 fichas de las amarillas.
going to take two big hands for these chips to go in. I don't think a deal has been done on the 15k. I'm not sure. Not had been told, but these two fought very well. Nicholas especially really fought back from the short stack to be in the final two. Ivan has led to this tournament most of the way. Ivan raising and Nikolaus folding the queen 3 offsuit.
Atom trojka. Bola šestka, teraz je trojka. Bude. Jo. Trifas. Šest raise all in.
Some heavy artillery being fired here. Nicholas under pressure from Ivan Jose. Not really having a hand he can call with at the moment with these aggressive play. Very good play heads up. Not quite sure why we can't see Ivan's hands. We only see Nicholas's. All in announced for King 4. Takes it down.
Šest raise, milion, šest. 1.6.
Two big hands here. We have an all-in and a call. King 9 suited against Ace Jack. The King 9 suited is at risk. On the other hand, if Nicholas doubles up, It's going to completely reverse the dynamics here. Jack has hit. Queen for a straight for Nicholas. Only a queen or a king. And there's the queen. King 9 straight, double up. Wow. We have a big count here and a big double up.
Tendría 15 blinds y 16.
¿La has chupeteado cieguitas? ¿Entre medio?
Varias. How much? 2.400.000.
How much? 12,400,000?
12.450 mal.
Vamos, ahí van, fuerte. Joder, y mira que pedido es. Tira el Tito por la mano. Es que por eso, porque hablas. Porque siempre viene el Tito al libre. El baño de sal y te sale el Tito.
Doch, jetzt sind wir gleich, weil eben, es gibt 50 Mille, also jetzt sind wir quasi, egal, jetzt schnappe ich einmal hin und dann, alle, da fahren wir. Genau.
Oh, they're pretty well even. Nicholas doubling up there to make stack sizes very even. Nines raises. Jack 10 calls. Jack has hit. But also there's an ace there which may slow him down. Nicholas needing to play this strong. Will bet like he has an ace. So the call is made. Pot building up nicely. 7 million now. Both of them now picking up a diamond draw. The Jacks still ahead of the nines.
I'm gonna add
king on the end. Doesn't change an awful lot. How is Ivan Jose going to play this? Small bet, very small bet. There are 2 overcards to the jack on board. Can Nicholas make some kind of play to represent them? He raised pre-flop and he gave it up.
Antes, en el descanso te han dicho que él te daba 8,6, o sea, 8,8 y él te queda 6,6. Tú has entendido que a lo mejor la mitad. Si quieres mirar eso, él te da un poco más y ese, para que no te lleves 39, espérate, lo vuelvo a proponer, ¿me entiendes? ¿Sabes? A lo mejor lo han malentendido y
Was soll sie fragen? Ja, für mich ist natürlich.
No he entendido eso, la verdad.
Bueno, no sé, bro. A ver, estos señores no me
Aces now in play. First really big hand of heads up. Being defended by King 8. He said his king. This could be curtains for Nicholas. He's hit top pair, but he's up against aces. Looking to check raise his top pair. And Jose, or Ivan, is hoping that he's hit a king. May well see an all in here. Or at least a big raise. Doesn't have a big kicker though with his king. It's the only thing behind it, so just the call.